Hello, everybody. Can you hear your boy? What is up? How y'all doing, baby? How y'all doing? Hopefully you're doing good. Let's see how the fans are doing tonight. Cool. So, I decided. What's up, Ren Bobs? How are you, brother? How are you? Hopefully you're good. Yeah, we're doing our thing, baby. We're going physical. We're doing physical. We're looking physical. And not only that, essentially what we're going to do is look, at the prices of where our youths are at now. I mean, you see a lot of these YouTube gamers. I've talked about Radical Reggie, the MJR. You have this Pete Dorr dude on. And a lot of them, are really talking about how the price of our childhoods has really been going up. In the modern era, turn that down a little bit. And I thought it'd be really cool, to share some of that together, to celebrate that together, to look up some different generations, share some of my history in gaming. So first off, I'm going to start the show up by just saying hi to everybody. Of course, we got Rem Bob's, big fan of the channel, who was actually in the house for Goldberg's retirement, baby. So give a big ups to Ren Bob's. We got Obtruse Goose. Hell yeah, PWR. Hope you're good, brother. Yes, I am. Mr. Blank says looking hot. Yeah, we're peaking over here, heat wise. We're peaking at a scorching 30 degrees here over in Canada. I'm actually going to change that box a little bit so you guys can actually read a little bit better what's going on. This is a new concept we're launching. So we'll see how it goes. Let me know, because I got a lot going on right now, baby. I was so emotional from defeating Grand Theft Auto. I had to just walk away. Like, I had to walk away from my career, and I didn't know what was next. I was really thinking, I was like, maybe this is it. Maybe this is where things need to end, by defeating Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. But no, baby, I'm back. Because you know what we got coming up this week, baby? You already know it. It is the modern coming of the original ape for new modern consoles. And we're excited. So, let me give a little bit of my history with eBay. So, so I'm growing up in that modern kind of computer era. And I don't remember when I first heard of or started looking at, oh, you chanted for Bill? Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I don't remember when I first came across it. But, I mean, the truth is, I'm just going to do a quick sound check. Everything sounding good here, baby? Can you hear the classic Nintendo music in the background? So anyway, somewhere in the 2000s, I came across it, probably at my dad's or something. They had a family computer or whatever, and I'd go on it when he'd be doing his one day a week visit. And I just remember, looking, celebrating, looking at all kinds of different things, action figures, video games, like all sorts of stuff. And it was always my dream to go on eBay for myself and, be able to buy stuff. I'd always ask my dad, oh, if I give you my allowance money, can you get me this? Never worked out. But, man, I was hot, for eBay, even as a young kid. So I've done a lot of, looking around. I know how to use a lot of the advanced search techniques and stuff like that. So I actually didn't use eBay. I think the first time I used it to order something was probably in the 2020s, COVID era-ish. And ever since, I've had a lot of great experiences. I haven't bought anything too major. Bought a lot of DVD sets, like my okay, this is bull blank here. This is bull blank. Some dude's trying to mess up my introduction here. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate that feedback. No, I don't. Okay, anyway, so I've had some success with it. Ordered a couple seasons of DVDs, you know, here and there. Some of the wrestling DVDs I've gotten on eBay. I think that's what I first started, you know, getting. And we'll start with that, I guess. But I actually wanted to go into gaming. But I mean, this is kind of how I got my start on the eBay, was kind of by buying a lot of these wrestling DVDs. Because I think a lot of us at the peaks of our youths, you know, when we were younger, we had a lot of hard time, you know, finding footage, celebrating, wrestling, wanting footage. So one of my main things I would buy when I first started using eBay were these box sets. So I'd kind of go on and, you know, I was going to actually, let's do, I was going to do Canada only, but let's not do that. But let's do free shipping. And look at some of the prices of some of these premium pieces here. Now, I will preface this that I'm not going to be actually buying anything on the stream. So all you do saying I'm grifting for physical. That's not true. We're just celebrating. And we'll start with some wrestling DVDs, because this is kind of where I got started. So as I showed in one of my members only video, I have like this huge bin. And a lot of them were from my youth. But a lot of them were from right here. And I mean, now, I mean, oh my goodness, look at these premium prices. Look at these premium prices. Judgment Day 2001. 47 big ones, baby. And I mean, that's premium. Like, these are premium WWE DVDs. No, for me, I don't play around with the shipping, baby. I go free shipping or nothing. But, yeah, like, this is a premium piece that if you're a wrestling fan, you might want something like this. And we're talking $47 here. Great show, by the way. I believe that's when they did their 3 Stages of Hell. And I love, you know, you can look at all the legends on the back. We're talking Triple H. We're talking Stone Cold. Pretty cool. So that's just a small example. Like, those are premium. This one, actually, I'm looking at this here, and they want $30 for it. I actually got this for $5 like a few years ago. Really cool artwork on this one, kind of comic book-esque. Oh, wants to flip it for higher? Probably. Because like I said, I have this DVD and I got it for like $5. It's just sitting in my bin there. I have no intention of selling any of my wrestling DVDs, like, ever. Like, until, like, I'm a 60-year-old man and my wrestling DVDs are just in some plastic tote in the garage. Like, that's how it's going to be. But yeah, I didn't really want to start with this, but this is kind of what gets me hot. So actually, what I would mostly buy, actually, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with, were these sets, you know, with all types of different moments and matches and memories. This is actually one I did have my eye set on for a while. I never pulled the trigger on. This Bret Hart Dungeon Collection, with apparently a lot of premium unreleased footage that Bret himself, you know, went through his basement, went through his tapes, and provided footage for this DVD. The grave would be full of WWE DVDs, magazines, when the day comes. Yes, that's a good idea. You're hot for Bret? I think this is still a piece. Oh, damn, baby, we got our first contribution. And as you notice, just so they can't say I'm grifting my audience for physical, we're not doing a total or anything like that. But I will give recognition to the top PWR maniacs tonight, of course. And we got our first contribution from Lou Alberto, $4.99. About to start a 6-hour drive. Thanks for going live. Well, no problem. The only thing is this might not be that long. Depends on how into it I get. I'm already hot. Already having fun, and we're not even into the gaming yet. But yeah, this could be anything. You know, wrestling, cool action figures. I wanted to check out some play sets from my youth. Like, I thought this could be a great concept, a way for us to really go back and remember, you know, some of these things. So thank you, Luberto, for that $4.99, baby. We'll get you on the top of the leaderboard. So I actually have something to announce. And no, it's not a pregnancy announcement. I want to advocate. I really want to advocate for this title. Stronghold Crusader Definitive Edition just went hot today on Steam, and it's $25.99. Baby, if you like RTS games, you gotta get it. It's one of my favorites. I grew up, my dad, it's like the only game he plays. And we're gonna do the co-op campaign at some point. I don't know if I can line it up for him to be on stream, but we might fire that one up. But it's pretty cool. Anyway, thank you for our first top PWR Maniac. And I actually maybe put that at the bottom so you can see everything still. That game was hot back in the day. It's still hot. That's like the only game my dad plays, so he's excited. We both got a copy of it. And we're going to play some online co-op with the old man. All right, so anyway, we're going back to the hunting, because I don't want to spend too much time, but I just wanted to show, you know, how... Oh, this is a hot set. Now, this is a hot set. This was, as far as I remember, one of the first, like, big WWE compilations that they did. And God, I was hot for it. You know, when I was younger, I remember seeing it at Walmart, begging my parents to buy it for me, and my mom never did, unfortunately. But I've always, you know, had a fantasy of owning this DVD. So, and this is actually a seal, baby, damn, seal. Look at the crease. Look at that crease. Baby, that's an authentic seal right there. Incredible. $49.99. But I got a premium used copy for like $10. Self Ninja, I can remember N64 games in the 90s being priced at like $70. Modern gaming, the cartridges were more expensive to make, and certain titles like Star Fox had extra processor in the cartridge. Yeah, dude, that is true. Yeah, I think many of us by this time have seen, you know, flyers of like Toys R Us or game stores in the past. And I mean, you know, Donkey Kong Country, $79.99. The prices haven't really changed. And if you really think about it, a lot of these titles that we're going to take a look at when we actually get into gaming, like, have held their value more or less. I mean, some of them are cheaper. There's so many different eras of buying retro gaming. You know, I first got into buying retro gaming in like the I'm trying to think, probably like 2006-07 is when I first was like, you know, have my own money to go to the pawn shop and get used games. It was probably around that time. So that was kind of like a really hot period, I think, for that type of thing. So anyway, we're going to continue on. I don't want to linger too much. I just wanted to take I like stuff like this too. I mean, these were hot. These WrestleMania, of course, they're quite heavily edited. So if any of you dudes are hot for these WrestleMania box sets, I would keep that in mind, that there is a lot of editing on them. But I own this one and then the one after. So like volume 3 and 4, I have those still. But yeah, like, I think DVDs are still hot. I think they do still sort of have a place, you know, for collectors. Like, if I was going to get something, here's a piece I would think about picking up. I say, here's a good deal, baby. Here's a good deal. The Bret Hart Hitman Collection. And actually, my history with this was actually one of the first ones I owned around this time. I remember getting it for Christmas. My ailing grandmother passed away now. She knew I loved wrestling. She liked wrestling, but she wasn't like a super fan, but she liked it, and she liked Bret Hart. So she got me this, and I think that was probably Christmas like 08 or something like that. Something around 2006, 2008. $13. $13. Not a bad piece. Free shipping. I'm not going to be pulling the trigger on anything openly tonight. But I mean, that's a hot price. Another piece to add to my collection. So we'll continue on a little bit more. Because it's kind of funny I started off with wrestling. Because I was going to do video games. But yeah, you see the prices. I mean, some like so much of this is available now. Oh God, this one takes me back. This one takes me back. If any of you dudes from this era were hot for Sean, like you needed this DVD. I actually had the tape of it, and brother, I watched that thing until like the tape wore out, brother. I loved it. But $11.49. But I mean, really, all it is what, like 6 matches or so? Oh, hold on. I mean, it's all like Sean's greatest hits. The Hell in a Cell with Taker versus Mankind, Diesel, Bret Hart, Razor Ramon. This is a hot piece, I think, and it's one of those originals. You know, when WWE really first started, you know, releasing their library in this format. I think a lot of us were really hot, and you know, $11.49 free shipping. You could own, you know, this incredible piece here now. Get on eBay; it's waiting for you. I'm not getting it. But anyway, so we'll transition from the DVD sets, which I'm finding myself hard to tear away, baby, because there's so many nice ones here. Like, I don't necessarily need them to watch. Oh, damn, this is a hot piece. Oh, my good Lord. Japanese exclusive WWE 2003 box set. Like, how many of us remember, baby, this era? Dude, this is sick. Oh, my goodness, I'm hot. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of shopping for myself here. No, I'm just kidding. But this is awesome. This would be like, okay, so like $164. That's a little much. But I mean, this is a hot piece, dude. I don't know. You could probably put it in English. I don't know, but maybe it's region locked or some of that crap. But that's effing cool, man. Sorry, I got hot. So we'll switch from WWE DVDs, because I know, yeah, exactly, pre-network era, when the footage still meant something, I think, to us. Let's transition quickly, because I love wrestling. I could do a whole stream on wrestling merchandise, but that's not really what it's about. But like I said, it's looking at the price of our childhoods. So, I mean, wrestling, for me, fits in there. I'm sure it fits in there for a lot of you guys. But let's take a look at the other side of the spectrum, the VHS era, and how much we're really looking at. I don't know if a lot, I don't really know if a lot of, you know, high risk fans who purchase collectibles are really hot for the VHS tapes. Like, I have a couple of them I've gotten here and there at like a, you know, a thrift store, just because it was WWE. I'd just grab it, like no questions asked, just yank it off the shelf. $1, okay. So I don't really know, like, if people are really, a hot DVD is better than a hot piece of butt. Definitely, dude. Like, I just got Law and Order SVU season, I don't know what season it was, but the season that has Robin Williams on it. So I was hot. I was like, I kept bidding this guy $15 for it. He kept denying it, and then eventually he was like, okay, fine. Okay, so we got lasers in the house. I'm talking about collecting VHS tapes, but I mean, look at these prices, baby. SummerSlam 97, Heart and Soul, classic cover art. Like, God, when you went into the video store, baby, and you had these in your hands, it was like striking gold. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s. Love the artwork. Oh, God, take me back to this era. $60 effing dollars. 60 bucks. And that is from Canada. That's actually not too far away from where I live. Is that a justified price? Like, is that... First of all, you got to be a VHS collector, baby. And second of all, you have to be a wrestling fan. Are you willing to pay these premiums for some WWF VHS action? What's up, Big Icy tonight? Thank you. Let's take a quick look at here's another one. Survivor Series 99, and that's looking pretty beat up, baby. That tape looks like it has had some use, been hid under the bed, and you know, found by somebody's mother and thrown out to the trash and then picked up again here. But I mean, 30 bucks. I mean, damn, you have to be a premium fanatic, yeah. Because Lasers, you're into wrestling, aren't you? I'm not too sure, but you say you collect VHS. I mean, that's a little crazy to me. Well, look at a couple more because I don't want to go too far into wrestling. So here's like a lot, you know, like Pete Dorr talks about a lot of wrestling VHS tapes that somebody is asking $100 for. The night will end up you buying some hot physical. Maybe, baby. We'll see. I'm saving my money for a certain physical item I do want. So we'll wait and see. But I mean, $100? Like, some of these aren't even like full events. That's effing sick. Bad Blood effing 97. That's a hot physical wrestling item for sure. But I mean, the rest of these, like the D-Generation X, like 60-minute tape, and like, you know, some of them were kind of junky. They were just like some mixed up promos and stuff. But God, some of these hots were like, you look at that WrestleMania, and like we didn't see cartoon fantasy. You know, we seen men, you know, doing business. I mean, the tapes looked like they had an edge to them. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have my donut here. One night only. And trust me, baby, once you go down this rabbit hole, you are not going to have any more one night onlys, baby. Your only one night only is going to be on eBay. But pretty cool. So here's another lot, which I actually think is probably giving you better bang for your buck than that other one. I mean, at least it's 4 full events. I used to have that one as a kid. That's a sick cover, man. Like, these covers, man, they had an edge to them. They really did. Like, when you went to like the video store and ran, pushed past your parents and pushed them over to the side, you know, nearly knocking them down, run into that wrestling section and like holding these in your hands. I mean, unmatched experiences. So we'll move on from that because I know not everybody's into wrestling, and I think you dudes want gaming, but I mean, this is getting me hot. Honestly, this is getting me worked up. Looking at these. Oh, this is effing sick. This is sick. Damn, baby, that's a hot tape. That's actually Survivor Series 90. Oh, that's not. I thought that was 99. This is not the screw job one. This is I think this is 98 actually. Yes, 99. 99. I thought it was 98. But dude, that's like some serious business, baby, right there. God, that's hot. Covers made the wrestlers look like badasses. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at this WrestleMania DVD where they're all like on a roller coaster and it looked like some kid crap. Like, you take one look at this, you show this to your parents, Survivor Series, deadly game. I mean, God only knows, you know. Look, backstage footage. Like, that's hot, man. Oh, thank you, friend of the channel, 32 Fret 66C. Like I said, we're doing something a little different tonight. I'm hot for physical. You know, hot to check out some physical, and hot to, you know, re-explore my youth with you guys. So thank you, 32, baby. We'll put you up there as the top maniac of the night. I appreciate that, brother. I hope you're having fun tonight. We got lots more physical stuff to cover. I don't know how long I'm gonna go, because I'd like to do this, like, here and there. So I don't want to, like, look at everything tonight, right? But we'll see what you guys think of it. So thank you, 32 freaks. Wait, no. You should cover online content creators' relationships to cover the young dudes want to avoid. Oh God, look, like, honestly, I know that's damage, but that just makes it more authentic, baby. Like that's like, you know, when a woman gets older, you know, that's what that is, baby. Like those stretch marks or whatever it is, you know. Still looking fine. Still looking fine. But yeah, nice. I'm sorry. I know this is so silly. I'm getting so hot over these tapes, but I really am. Oh, Crump. Crump. I got to play the demo at my local Walmart. Yes. Like I said, the ape is coming. I can't wait. I'm excited. I'm not gonna let the effing detractors ruin it for me. I'm gonna enjoy it. Anyway, we'll move on from this. Wrestling like, sorry, I'm legitimately hot. Give me like 5 more minutes, baby. 5 more minutes for the wrestling VHS. And the prices though are pretty crazy. I mean, this is a nice piece. Royal Rumble 2000, $55 effing dollars. Like, you're nuts. Like, I don't think anybody's gonna pay for that. But if you want to see crazy, speaking of wrestling, and then we'll move more on to gaming, unless I get into the wrestling action figures, baby, then you'll have me up all night. Me looking at wrestling action figures, baby, is like the equivalent of me popping a blue chew, baby, and just running home to the wife after work. All right, check this out if you want to see something really insane. WCW VHS tapes. Now, there was this guy about a year ago on my local Facebook marketplace, and he was selling like a lot of these, like this era, you know, like 96, 98, 99, like, I don't know, 10 or 20 of them. And I was like, oh man, that's so awesome. I'd love to buy those. I'll give you $100. And he was like, no, I'm thinking more like $500 or something. I was like, damn. But I mean, these are premium pieces. Like these were not that largely distributed. It was hard, you know, to find these back in the day. They were so effing cool though. You'd be surprised the deals you can find at swap meets. Well, the only thing is, here where I live, there's like one thrift store. So I'm sure every, you know, guy who sells on eBay is like hunting that place down dry like every day. So it kind of ruins a lot of the excitement for that kind of stuff living where I do. Unfortunately, but I mean, I just wanted to show, oh, this is hot. Look, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look, could you imagine hiding this one under your bed? Peak of the 90s. Goldberg. Who's next? God, that's hot. Marina, remember when we were kids and could just walk over to VHS shop and pick up a fresh new movie with premium popcorn and snacks? Yeah, we had Jumbo Video here. I used to love going to as a kid. We had Blockbuster too, but Jumbo Video, I don't know if it was locally owned. That was the place for the wrestling DVDs, baby. That's hot. Like, hell yeah. Anyway, so we'll move on. So, honestly, baby, I am so sorry, but we're doing it, baby. We are looking. You want to talk about going back to our youth, baby? We are talking WWF. Something happened here with the layout, so I gotta fix that. Hold on. Bone crunching action. Now, God, baby, I remember distinctly when I first seen these on the shelves. Like, it was over. I was like, mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle, whatever. This is what I want. You know, birthdays, Christmases, whatever it was. God, I've heard a lot of, people don't look too fondly on this series nowadays. They think the figures are kind of not really well made and they kind of fall apart over time, which is true. But God, seeing them in the peak of their packaging, like, good God, nothing gets me more hot. And I had this too. I had this set here, this Mankind Pulp, like in my effing hands. Like, I distinctly remember like sitting on a staircase in my grandmother's apartment, like looking at it and cracking that bad boy open. And what's my favorite Slayer song? I don't know. I like a few. A few of their songs are really hot. I like the second album. Oh God, $200. And that's from Canada, so I guess they do want shipping. So I am looking at the shipping. Well, we're not ordering anything, so we're not thinking about the shipping. God, take me back to this era. Like, dude, like if I was, 25, 30 in this era, I want to see when this actually did come out here. Does it say? What's that say? It looks like 1960s. That's not right. I can't see the date. I'd say probably 98, something like that. I mean, if I would have had access to a credit card in that era, I'd be done. I'd be bankrupt, like, probably. I do remember also having this too when I was a kid. This was hot. I mean, it looks like junk now. It looks like something you'd get on like Temu or something. But God, as a kid, this was a hot piece. These mini WWF figures that they had. You should look up how much the Wolverine toy costs. The other product still hates his parents. Oh well, yeah, we can look at that. That's a good option. We'll get into that. We'll move there. We'll get there. But anyway, yeah, not a lot of options really in boxed LJN bone crunching. Unfortunately, we're looking. Yeah, there's actually not that many. Maybe I'm not searching them in right. Let me try this. Now I feel like I'm doing like a Mel Jesus video with this music in the back. They reproduced the Wolverine and the whole X-Men a couple years ago. We'll check it out. Anyway, so let's take a couple more. God, I remember having this. Like, I think this is one of the first wrestling figures I like ever owned, because that like distinctly sticks out in my memory. Like in the vast valleys of my memory. I do remember having this figure. It was one of the first ones I had. Oh, there it is here. God, this was so hot. I remember getting this on Christmas, man. And I like could have just like pooped my pants right there under the Christmas tree, dude. Because look at this art. Look at the representation of WWF action. Look at the hot characters. Mankind, Farouk, Hunter Hearst, Stone Cold, Ahmed Johnson. God, man, so effing hot. But the thing is, if you were older at this time, I feel like you would see this in the store and be like, oh, that's for kids. But yes, we are going to get into gaming as well, so don't worry about that. But also, if you guys have any other suggestions of rabbit holes to go down, I'm open to it. But I think that'll do it for the wrestling. Yeah, because like a lot of these are loose, and a lot of them are from different series. I'm not really seeing... That's pretty hot. Heroes of Wrestling, Undertaker. Would you get a Stone Cold or Undertaker figure? Probably Stone Cold. Probably Stone Cold. Like, that's pretty effing cool. Has the old school logo though. I never seen that before. $73. What is up, Sun Hat Girl? She says, what the F? I don't know how much women know about our childhood wrestling fantasies, but welcome anyway. I'm glad you're here. Yes, the Wrestling Buddy pillows. I did have one. I had the DDP one. This is insane. So this is like something that would have been on the shelves probably when I was a kid. $200, baby. 200 big ones for this packaged. Oh, so the line is actually called Superstars. Your piece of butt crosses her arms when the wrestling comes on because she knows you're going to be occupied for 3+ hours or 2 nights in a row. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here enjoying it, Sun Hat Girl. Oh, God, this is hot. Renegades. God, take the effing back, dude, to the era that you could go into like a Walmart and like get this. Like, geez, man, where did those eras go, baby? Actually, now I'm hot for that era, and I really do apologize, guys. We will get into some gaming stuff, but God, I'm sorry, I'm hot for wrestling right now. We have to look up Jax for a little bit because this I think for many of us was like, I think for me, you know, in particular, was kind of a bridge between those Bone Crunchers and the Jax series. So we remember like these kind of Shawn Michaels figures like this. But I think more, you know, oh my God, this is hot. Only 50 effing dollars, man. Oh, baby, I'm looking at my wallet right over there, baby. Oh my God, look at that. That's effing hot. Whew. Baby, I'm gonna be taking off my shirt, man. Look at this. Oh my God. So hot. 3 different Stone Colds. Exclusive t-shirt edition. Unbelievable. Like if that's a hell of a price. $50 for 3 hot Austin figures. That's not bad. I used to love these too. I remember like cutting these out and just looking at them like over and over and over. I used to save these and put them at the bottom of my wrestling figure bin. So I'd be like looking at what to ask my parents for next, baby. But God, that's hot. So $50 and $12 shipping for that bad boy. That is effing hot. It's hot. Like, guys, for any of you guys that do get ass, you're gonna bring her into your room and she's gonna look up at your bookshelf and see that bad boy right prominently featured. Like, it's a done deal. It's a done effing deal. Like, you're getting ass, like guaranteed with this collectible. Incredible. Unbelievable. I can't get enough of it. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so effing hot for this exclusive Stone Cold Steve Austin set. And a pretty good price too. But like I said, I'm not gonna buy anything, even though like literally my heart, like I feel like a gambling addict just ready to slip that 100 into the VLT. And I gotta move on, baby. I gotta move on from that. Okay. So let's continue on. Oh God, man, this is hot. Look at this. Look at this. $300 for that. I do remember my grandfather. He was he was someone who traveled to the United States. I think he'd go to New York and Maine and stuff like that. So he used to buy me like stuff like this. Not this exact one, but some of these sets that he would get like in the States. Oh my God, nothing beat the feeling of unwrapping these bad boys. Like these things were effing, I'm about to swear. I'm about to break my no swearing policy, but God, these were incredible. I wish I could find the one that I did have because it was so cool, but I don't remember what it was. But yeah, these were so cool. Like these multi-packs. Oh, a Jelly Roll figure? Oh yeah, I'm sure that'll... Sure, a lot of kids want a fat, face tattooed guy with a mullet action figure. I've got a ridiculously cool Alien and Predator figure collection displayed. That's cool. Anyway, we'll move on from the wrestling. Actually, before we move on from the wrestling, there's one other wrestling thing I do want to look at, unfortunately. But God, so many memories. This is a hot Sean. I always like that figure. It looks really cool. Yeah, before I move on from wrestling figure, oh my God, these multi-packs are like hot, man. These are cool. That one's not as cool as the Austin one, but those would be cool to collect, have up on your bookshelf. Yeah, so anyway, one other thing I do want to check out that God, I know I'm gonna get hot. Like, I'm already sweating. My armpits are like all sweating and wet. My stomach is like like I'm hot. I'm probably as hot as I've ever been on this stream for a while. Like, we're back, baby. Do they have Lex? Let's see if they have Lex Luger figures. Actually, there's one that I'm so hot for. I've almost pulled the trigger on it multiple times, but it's always up for bid. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Look at that. Oh yeah. That's the Lawrence I remember. That's the Luger I remember. That's effing hot. Of course, for any of you new modern wrestling fans, this is the Elite series. So these are like the premium like wrestling action figures nowadays, but these are like $30. Like, these are like $30-$40. They're quite expensive. I only have a few of them. But there's a certain Lex Luger figure I've wanted for a long time, but I could never get it. So let's see. This is the most recent Lex that they did. It's hot. It really represents the peak of Lex's career when he won that WCW title, see? The total package era. One second, I have the playlist of like PS1 music, but let me change it because now it's playing other stuff that's not PS1 music for whatever reason. Okay, we're back. Now let me see if I can... Oh God, oh God. I almost like had a biological reaction. Listen as the epic music. Please look. Oh my God. A Lex effing Luger autographed total package figure. Oh my God. Oh baby. Hulk is your guy? Yeah, it'd be hard because Luger was a big part of my childhood. I actually knew Luger like before I knew Hulk. But God, that's hot. That's incredible. Well, it's Canadian, it's American, so it'd be more expensive. But you're proposing to your piece of butt tomorrow? Oh, congratulations to you. Great to hear that. That's very sweet. Anyway, so I'm trying to see if I can find that Lex Luger that I want, but I don't see it. And then we'll move on to one last wrestling thing, because we're almost an hour on wrestling. Yeah, like I promised myself, as hot as I got, I wasn't going to buy anything on this stream. But yeah, congratulations. That's really nice to hear. Hopefully it goes well. Where is it? It's got to be here somewhere. There is a wrestling Lex Luger figure I've wanted for years, and I could never get a copy of it. Oh, are getting close. I'm like absolutely hunting diligently to find the one I wanted, but I can't find it. 1 second. No, it's not. It's not here. That I see anyway. It was the Lex Luger police line playset that they actually pulled because of the death of Miss Elizabeth or whatever. So it's not here. It's hot. It's hard to get. Did I ever struggle with blank addiction? What? Oh, good Lord. I'm not answering that. Okay, last thing wrestling related, and then we'll move on to gaming because I'm really sorry about that. But oh God, this is where it all began. You know, for me, when it came to oh God, I can smell it. Yeah, like I can smell like the scent, the plastic, the era. When I first, you know, I've had I'm getting emotional. This is where it really all began for me. This ring right here, this, I don't know what they call it, original vintage ring, I guess, but, God, that was incredible. This, I remember my friend had this one, and I was so jealous. I was like, man, that's hot. That's hot. My childhood friend, I don't think he was like too into wrestling, but for whatever reason, he had a bunch of like wrestling figures, and he had this, and I was so like jealous. It was incredible. Well, as far as I'm concerned, there's no addiction about it. You just pop it on, you use it for a minute or two, and then on and forward with your day. You know, if you want to sit there and watch that crap for hours at a time, like, I think, you know, I'm not going to say it's wrong because people have issues. You know, I've struggled with addictions in my past, so I'm not going to shame anybody. But it's not that type of sexual on-demand video content. It's not something I'd ever sit there and watch. Like I use it, sure, for a minute or two. Then I'm you know, out the door doing my thing. All right. But yeah, some of these vintage rings. This is cool. Vintage. Blue steel cage. I remember seeing this in Walmart one time and then like I wanted it. Oh God, that's a hot piece. That really is a hot piece. I'm sorry. Oh God, take me back. This, I do remember having. This was really effing cool. This hardcore ring. This was like the second one I owned. That, like, so I own that vintage one I showed. And then I own this one. And, like, I use this thing to hell. It was so cool. Anyway, I will move on from the wrestling. I'm really sorry, guys, that I got so caught up. Like, wrestling, I mean, people are always saying I'm a fake wrestling fan. It's like, who the hell would want to be a fake wrestling fan? But wrestling had such a huge part of my childhood. It really does get me hot. So, we'll move on to gaming. I'm just going to take it from the audience. Like, what system are you guys the hottest? to look up and see what some prices are at in this day and age. And we'll see. I was gonna go from like Atari up, if you guys would want to do that. Like we'll start at Atari, because or we can start at the Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo, yeah, let's go with Super Nintendo, because for me, that's where it really all began. Really, I mean, I played Atari at my grandfather's, and that really was the first game I played. Okay, yeah, let's do some Super Nintendo. So of course we'll just put in Super Nintendo first. No definitive choice of title or words. And again, it's gonna be tough because I was gonna do no shipping, but I guess we'll just take it as it's presented to us. But one thing that is challenging, you know, if you are a physical, oh, this is the classic edition, sorry. Okay, this is a better example. If you're a physical collector, it's kind of getting to the point, as you see, you have to have those older TV setups, because a lot of these have that weird like screw in thing. Do any of you dudes remember that crap? I remember that being such a, oh, it does have AV, I guess, but like these things, like where you screw it into, God, that was the worst. That sucked. Honestly, I remember at one time my mom bought me one that could be used on like 4 different consoles or something. You just stick it onto the TV. Instead, you had to like screw that little metal. Oh God, that's a memory. That's not a great memory. So I think it's kind of getting to the point for a lot of physical collectors. You kind of need to have the right kind of system, like setup, whether it be TV, hookups. You know, some dudes will go the HDMI route. Some of the really big YouTube names, like the MJR, the Happy Console Gamer, you know, Pete Dorr, you know, they will put up the big premium for like HDMI converters and all that stuff. I wouldn't go that far. If I was hunting physical, especially when it comes to a console, I would make sure that it'd be something I could run on just like an HDMI TV. But I mean, there's all these conversations, baby, about, well, do these games look better on a HD or a tube TV? The conversations go on, and we can even look at that. Because there's a lot of controversy now that a lot of those old tube TVs that we remember from our childhoods and our teendoms, you know, at one point were like tossed to the side of the road. Now, apparently, I haven't looked, so we could look at that. But apparently those TVs are going for like premium prices now because they're so synonymous with the retro gaming now. I want to thank Real John Potter over on that Kick alternative with a gifted sub. Thank you so much, baby. Really? Okay, he wants an update on Detroit Become Human. It is in my wish list. So if it does go on sale, I will grab it. Because I like that idea of playing a game with choices on the stream. Haven't done it yet. I think it'd be really cool. I do think $50, $60 is a little bit too much for that game right now. But it is in my list, so as soon as it goes on sale, I'll grab it. So anyway, back to the topic, because I know I'm hot. Like, this is cool. This is fun. Like, we're back, baby. Like, celebrating, like, the peaks of our youth together. And it's not just my youth. It's your youth, your youth, your youth. And, I'm sorry, because I'm trying to get to questions here as well. Anyway, so back to the conversation. So a lot of people, it's not only buying the systems, it's kind of getting to the point of playing them at their most, like, premium level. So we'll kind of go back because, I mean, what was this at? And let's just sort of ignore US, Canada. I mean, because a lot of you, we're from all over the world. I'm from Canada. A lot of you guys are from the States. I know some people are from the UK. But I think the majority of my fans are in the States. So let's look at a big lot here, and we'll kind of agree together, you know, is this worth the premium price in this era? So what are we getting here? You know, this is like high risk level physical collecting. So you're getting lots of pictures, which is good. You know, if you're on this eBay thing and you're really putting down those major premiums, you're gonna want to see what you're buying. And this guy looks like he's doing a great job. Looks like there's a little crack there. So, but I mean, comes with age, baby. Like I said, it's like the stretch marks. You know, they still may be beautiful, but after a few years, you're gonna have some nips and tucks, I guess. But so this is a Super Nintendo console bundle, offered at the very premium price, and actually this is in Canada, for $200 with $50 shipping, 9 games, and controller. As you can see, there's the full lot there. We can do a little scan, and we'll look at the games. We'll look at the games, baby. And I want to think of what you guys would think. Is this a good bargain in the modern era? So what are the games that are included here? It's kind of hard to see. I can't really get a good view of them all. I'll just scan them. Okay, so Battletoads Double Dragon. I mean, that alone is like a $30 game. Street Fighter 2. I think that's Killer Instinct. Super Street Fighter 2. Yoshi Safari. Bubsy, Stargate. Some basketball game. And some sports games. So you know what? I don't really think like that's the best selection of games. I mean, not even like Mario World. I mean, what are you thinking? Trying to charge that? I mean, what do the fans think? Like, what do the fans think? I don't think that's a great premium choice of games. I think it's an okay start to get your collection going. But, I mean, the Battletoads would kind of get me hot at first. It did. I think that's why he probably put it there. But yeah, I'm not feeling $200 for that collection. So that's a thumbs down for me. Now here's something a little bit more premium. So we get the original Super Nintendo console with some, I guess, more higher end games. I mean, you're getting Breath of Fire 2, ActRaiser, Red and Stimpy. And I don't know what that is, Indo for $300. So I mean, we're talking like $100 more. Yeah, exactly. No Super Mario, no buy, baby. I mean, like, seriously. Not really feeling that. Plus the cartridges are not looking in great shape. Maybe more premium games, but console's looking a little cleaner. Breath of Fire is a $100 game, but we're talking Breath of Fire 2, I believe. Yes, 2. So we do have a fan of the channel saying, I got a Super Nintendo Junior. I don't know what that is. What's a Super Nintendo Junior? And Super Mario World bundled late 2023 plus Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2. All for under $200. Damn, baby. So, yeah, like, I'm not really seeing any really fly off the page lots here that really are like, this represents Super Nintendo to me. A lot of the games just kind of seem really thrown in there. Like you don't have like, oh, a bundle with Mario, Donkey Kong, you know, Zelda, like the real, you know, Nintendo games. It just seems like a lot of thrown together crap. Like, what the hell is this? Paperboy, some baseball game, some combat basketball game, like a game you can't even play unless you have the rifle thing. So I think that's kind of bullcrap. So let's kind of, that's where I'm at. I mean, in this, that's pretty cool. That's pretty effing hot. A purple, kind of like an N64-esque Super Nintendo. But again, look at the effing games. Wing Commander and some hockey games. So, like, where the F is Mario World? I haven't seen one bundle yet, baby, that has Super Mario World. Like, what is the world coming to when you're charging these premium prices, you're advertising, you know, bundle, and you don't even have freaking Mario, dude? Like, damn, baby. So, I mean, a lot of people really are charging premium prices for this. I don't understand why, baby. Like $175 for this. I mean, there's some cool games, but I mean, basically, this is like the freaking Switch Nintendo service online now. But these demand some pretty premium prices, actually. Would I like to have one of these, baby? Honestly, I wouldn't buy one, but I wouldn't mind having one, if you know what I'm saying. Like, if I would have got one for like $60 or something, I'd be like, this is cool. You know, could probably take it to like a cottage or, you know, hotel room or something. But really, I mean, these type of prices, like, that's too much. Okay, you should look for a Super Junior. I never even heard that. I'm gonna look that up. SNES Junior. But anyway, so that's my consensus when it comes to buying a lot of Super Nintendo, because like there's no like decent bundles that really come with anything that is worth it, really. This console looks like crap. And the games aren't really that hot. So let's look up what he's talking about, because I've never heard of this. Junior, Super Nintendo Junior. So apparently this is what they call, here's a box version of it, the Super Nintendo Junior. I don't know if this is like a reprint or some kind of modern re-release. It looks very 97-ish, 96. So I'm guessing this was like a later released version, was it? I'm looking at your chats here now. Cool. Yeah, this is kind. Oh, look, yeah, all the legends are on it. Donkey Kong, Mario, Yoshi. I like that. Looks really like very early N64 era. Some people are saying it looks ugly. You know what, baby? I actually kind of think it looks kind of cool. I think it looks kind of cool. Compared to the more, I mean, the other one is more classic, but I mean, like this one here, like this is the one we remember, like from our childhood, baby. But I gotta admit, I think this one actually kind of looks kind of cool. So that's the Super Nintendo Junior. So we've looked at the consoles. So now, what the game collectors do, baby? What do people who are hot for physical releases do? We look at the games. We look at the games, baby. Let's do it. Let's see what the premiums are. If you're a younger dude just coming up, either you're doing a YouTube channel or you're just enjoying gaming from the privacy of your own bedroom, you're gonna have to have games. I mean, buying the console is one thing, but buying the games is a whole other thing. So we kind of came to the conclusion, when you're looking at lots, we weren't really seeing anything that, like, I was like, I need that, because it's bundled with some great software. Oh, somebody sent me a gift. Oh my God! Dude, you did not have to do that, baby. You did not have to do that. Oh my good. I don't know if you want me to say your name. Breaking. Somebody just gifted me Detroit Become Human on the Steam app. Oh my goodness, dude. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you, baby. So cool. We'll hook it up. We'll hook it up. So I said I wanted to do it. A big week with Donkey Kong this week, but let's try to aim for this week to give it a try. So thank you so much, dude. You did not have to do that, baby. That's so cool. I'm emotional. I'm already like all cylinders hot. and then you just put it over the top. All right, let's get going. Whew, this is hot, baby. I feel like I need to take a second career on like the home shopping network or something. But yeah, we'll try that. I'll even install it and make sure it's all up and running. And okay, so as we were saying, buying a classic console is one thing, but a classic console, especially in this era, these eras, there was no digital downloads. There was no codes. You know, there was none of this crap. There was on the cartridge, physical, home-based software entertainment. And we've talked about it earlier, that the prices haven't really changed that much. I mean, especially for some of the premium ones. So here we go. And I'm actually going to, because I kind of want to wade through some of the crap here, because there's a lot of, you know, Evercarts and 1SD drives and all this crap. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for premium Super Nintendo physical cartridges, and I'm actually going to put it for free shipping as well. So we won't factor in the shipping. That'll probably help us weed through a little of the crap. So first thing I'm noticing off the bat right here, Yoshi's Island, Super Mario World 2. Personally, I don't have a lot of experience with this game. I heard it was good. Heard it's pretty cool. But look at that price, baby. $68.99 for that. I mean, fans in the chat, let me know, is that a reasonable price for this cartridge, baby? For this piece of home-based software entertainment? Is $68 something you'd be willing to pay? It's a hot game. But again, I mean, yeah, well, yeah, it is Canadian. But essentially, that is like the price it would have probably been when it was released. So I'll move on. I put it as default for location, but I'm guessing because I am in Canada, it's showing me Canadian stuff first. So here's what I think is reasonable, baby. And like I said, cremate me with this. Like, take my body and like take a copy of this cartridge, place it next to my body, and cremate me with this game. $36.99. I think is reasonable. I mean, again, that's less than the original price. That's about like probably less than half of what you would pay. Classic. I think this is like, you need to have this game physical on your Super Nintendo, and a pretty nice copy of it too. I love the stretch logo there with the trees. Very cool. So there's Mario, Donkey Kong. Let's take a look at what else he got. So here is that classic piece. And I think this is like a different version or something, because the cartridge thing looks weird. We're looking at Super Mario World. And we're looking at a price of about $30. Like, is that really where we are now? $30. I thought this would be like a $10 game. I mean, it was like bundled with the console, and we're talking 30 effing dollars. That's pretty crazy, baby. But there it is, Super Mario World. Somebody was talking about Wolverine. Well, there's Wolverine. I have no idea what this is, because I've never played a lot of NES, but this looks pretty cool. $47, baby. 47. Well, yeah, that's the thing too. And it makes me sick when you do. See these people, they're posting on Facebook, like trying to act all wholesome, and they're like, oh, how much are the games? And some grandmother's like, oh, $5 for the whole box. And then some effing Facebook clout chaser is putting them all up on eBay for like $300 each. Like that's abuse, baby. Like those cartridges aren't going to like a loving home where they're going to be treated with respect, played, and enjoyed. It's just some fat guy, giving $10 to a grandmother for their child's collection and then putting it on eBay. I think that's bullcrap. But that is cool. I collect like superhero games. I don't know if I'd buy something like that because I'd never play it. But I mean, anything on PS2 or PS3 or whatever, more disc-based era, I collect superhero games. So let's keep going. So we're looking at Super Nintendo. I'm looking at anything that really sticks out in my. It's kind of hard to like see. Oh, this is cool. X-Men Mutant Apocalypse. Like, dude, we remember, like, I remember peaks. We're talking 97, maybe late 96, 97, 98. When you went to a video store, dude, and you seen this, like this artwork, like that sold the games. Like, man, God, I'm getting hot. I'm really going back. I remember the absolute, like, adrenaline rush of excitement when I would run into that game store, baby, and see, like, these comic book game covers. Like, they were so amazing. I'd like to look at some box stuff, too. I'd probably rather look at that, because, I mean, looking at the cartridges is one thing. And I think if you are collecting physical, that's a whole different category. Is like, do I go cartridge only? Or do I go, boxed? I'm just reading some of your comments there. Like the evil Toy Story 2 owner. Yeah, it's like that. A lot of these guys. Like, I don't have an issue with people who do that, but I do think it's bull crap. Like when you see it on Instagram or these feeds where like some guy's trying to act all wholesome, like, oh, how much for your old games? And then some old lady's like, oh, $10 for everything. And then he's like, oh, and I made this much money. Like, that's abuse, baby. Like, that's abusing our history to me. I don't know what you do. I mean, if you're going to do that stuff, keep it to yourself. You don't need to make a freaking, oh my God, baby. Like, that gets me hot. Like, those resellers that actually, like, show it to people. Like, that pisses me off, baby. I don't like that. Okay. All right, so we're talking about people say they wouldn't worry about the boxes and stuff. Well, that's the thing, and that's why a lot of this era are so premiumly priced, because, like, what did we do? What did we do when our parents, when we, unwrapped our Christmas gift, unwrapped our birthday gift, and we got a Super Nintendo game or an N64 game? What did we do, baby? We ripped that effing box, threw it over there, and took the cartridge and pop. Like, that's what we did. And in us doing that, I think it really raised the value of a lot of those premiums. Oh, damn! We got a major contribution from friend of the channel. Thank you so much. Zach Atkinson, baby. I love that name. Atkinson. $13.99 says some Donkey Kong loot, brother. We're hot. Yes. Thursday, baby. Thursday. It'll be the modern recoming of the original ape. And you're going to find it right here. Whew. God, I'm hot. I'm probably hotter than I've been for a long time, baby. I'm back. But anyway, so I think it really was a time of like education. Nobody was there to tell us like, oh, those game boxes will be worth something, or like we didn't, like, I'm gonna ask anybody here in this chat, Did any of you buy Super Nintendo or Game Boy or N64 games and actually keep the boxes in the peak of the era? Let me read it. Let me hear the truth, baby. No. I still have my N64 box. Resale value was the last thing on my mind, yep. Somebody's having a biological release to the retro gaming footage. So I did, but only for Pokemon. So you kept your Pokemon boxes? I don't have a single box left, exactly. I threw them away. Because that's all they were back then. Packaging, baby. I'm interested, you know, if any older dudes, you know, kept the boxes. I wouldn't be surprised if dudes playing N64 and Super Nintendo that were in our eras now, like their 30s or their 20s, they probably did the same thing. Anyway, we'll continue on. God, I'm hot tonight. I really am. A lot of great games. This is one I'm actually kind of curious about playing. I never even knew this existed until I seen on YouTube. There's like an Indiana Jones game that's the same gameplay format as those Super Star Wars games. $88 effing dollars, man? Seriously? Anyway, this is, honestly, this is the first game I ever beat, baby. This was the first game I ever defeated in my life. Right here, baby. And look at that. Like, I'm not a big Power Rangers fan, but I appreciate the nostalgia. I love the colors and the, like, look at that beautiful presentation, baby. This was a underrated game. I thought it was effing cool. If any of you dudes ever played this. $44.99. I mean, it's looking pretty beat up. I'm trying to yeah, it was a cool game. It was. Okay, so here's a premium product. I heard stories that back in the day, like this was one that was quite hard to get your hands on when it originally released. We're talking Mario All-Stars, and I mean, I was a little too young to really appreciate what it was at the time, but apparently, like, this was like a hot release, like, for Super Nintendo back in the day, baby. And $30? I don't think that's too bad. I think there is a version too that comes with Super Mario World as well. So I don't know. This one might be the second choice. Your parents sold your entire Yu-Gi-Oh collection for $15. Oh my god, dude, that's insane. But anyway, I'm just gonna let it flow here. If I get hot, I'll just keep going. But I do want to look at some yeah, this version here. So there was this one too. So I think, babe, like, if you're hot for physical Super Nintendo, I think this is a piece that you want. I mean, we're not talking emulation. We're not talking online streaming services or the Nintendo. You want physical home-based software entertainment for the Super Nintendo. This is a piece you're gonna want. Absolutely. $54, so about $60 for this. What do you guys think? In this era, is that a reasonable price? The hot one? Oh yeah. I got lucky. My older sister saved my N64 and I thought it was long gone. That's cool. It's a reasonable good condition. In the trash. Anyway, I want to cause what I really remember personally from Super Nintendo, I'm kind of looking, I'm trying to find some that actually I remember owning, but I didn't really have like that many there's some more reasonably priced Mario Worlds. This is cool. Doom on Super Nintendo. That's like, dude, like that's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. When you seen those boxes like on the shelves, that's nostalgia. That's a memory that I remember a lot. Like that's one of my favorite things about Super Nintendo, as much as playing the games. I remember like going into the video store and seeing boxes like this all lined up. So I'm actually gonna do that instead. Let's look at we looked at the console or the cartridge market. Let's look at the box market now. I was just reading some of the comments here. I apologize, it's tougher to read because I'm mostly talking. So I am reading though, so don't worry, don't think I'm ignoring you guys. Let's look at the box market for Super Nintendo. And what would we put in? In box, I guess? Okay, here we go. Now we're looking at some premium pieces. So I do see N64, but that's not what we're covering right yet. So we'll skip that for now. This is cool. Oh God, look at that hot piece. That's a piece I would not mind taking home. That's a beautiful piece of home-based software entertainment right there, baby. Look at that. Oh, it's got a wrestling thing in it too. Boy, that's look at the, oh man, like that's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Back in this era, like the backs of the games just made them look like the greatest things ever, especially these comic book games. Like, look at that. Like, unbelievable. I mean, I don't know how well you can see it on the stream, but God, that's hot. That's another system we'll probably get into, PSP. I want to get into, I don't know if we'll do it all today, but I want to go through every console I remember and some that you do as well and look at the market. But dude, that is so cool. $150 for Spawn, the video game. And it's got damage on it too. But I mean, I guess this would, like, you know, this is probably a guy who kept the box intact through his gaming career. It's clearly got like some wear and tear on it, but I mean, it's cool. Zach Atkinson with a $6.99 says Nintendo restocked the classic controllers for GameCube and N64. If you're still in the market, yes, I do want the N64 one, baby. That is cool, because there's a lot of really cool N64 games. I hope they add more. It's kind of been a bit of a drought, but I appreciate the contribution, baby, so maybe I will look into that. Okay, so move on. God, this is hot. This is a hot piece. Mortal Kombat 2 on Super Nintendo, complete, or at least in box. No manual, but that's a pretty fine looking, sleek piece of home-based software entertainment. And a lot of us remember the disappointment with Mortal Kombat 1 on the Super Nintendo. This is really, I'd say this is probably like the Mortal Kombat game for Super Nintendo, more or less. I like the third one, but I always thought the second one, oh God, look at that, man. Like, if you were a kid and you were like, look, like, there's no way. Like, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful, incredible artwork. Finish him. Nothing can prepare you. So cool. $74.99 for that premium piece. Yeah, I like Mortal Kombat 3 too better. That's the one I probably played the most. So let's keep looking. If there's any specific games you guys want me to look up, feel free to throw it out there and I'll try to search it up for you. Just as of now, I'm just looking at stuff. Oh man, look at this. Star Fox. So I never played Star Fox until the other day when I had some fans who wanted me to try Star Fox 64. Now this isn't Star Fox 64. This is Star Fox Super Nintendo. This, I mean, baby, if you got small kids, like, do not let them touch this, because this is like a premium piece of Super Nintendo art here. Case, plastic still on the cartridge, instruction manual. Unbelievable. Look at the shape. Like, look at the creases. Like, perfection. Look at the reflection on the edges there. Look at the very little uncreased edges of the box. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, geez, I sound like I'm looking at a Playboy magazine or something, but I am hot, you know, for this. I mean, not a big Star Fox fan, but just that presentation. The look at that. Just barely got a fingerprint on it, dude. And what is the premium price? $249 for that. Are any of you dudes willing to pay that premium price? Let's look at the chat and see what you guys got to say while I eat my donut. Fair price for that? Oh yeah, I agree. This is better than Playboy. Buy a signed Goldberg pick? I would like to. That'd be cool. So, we got some feedback saying that's reasonable. That like I said, here it is. Where's that picture? Hold on, right here, right there. That's the money shot, baby. Like, that is the money shot. Unbelievable. I'm like at a loss for words, like at how beautiful that piece is. So we'll move on. I mean, geez, that's probably like the most incredible piece as far as Super Nintendo we've come across yet. And we're talking $300 premium. Let's continue on. Cool. Okay. So you wanna lay some big business down. Fans, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. The three original, like I said, I'm a little unfamiliar with Nintendo. Really, I am. I played it a little bit. There was like a few times where I went over to some family friend and they had a Nintendo and I might have played it for like, 20 minutes. But I don't really have a lot of experience with Nintendo. Like Nintendo. But I said, this is hot. I mean, if you're a fan of that original series, how could you not, want to pull the trigger on this? The three original titles, in box. Now, what all is included? We're seeing manuals. We're seeing membership cards. $349. $349. Fans, let me see. Is that a good price for these premium physical collectibles here? I don't know if any of you do. I don't feel like I have a lot of people in my community that are hot for like Nintendo, really. It seems to be more we're guys from like the Super Nintendo, N64, PlayStation-ish era. But I'm curious, like, is this a bundle that's worth celebrating here? I think the boxes look kind of cool. I've never had an NES game like in my hand in box, so I don't know. I don't have the same nostalgia. Maybe like someone like a Mike Matei would be hot for something like this. Zach Atkinson says, I remember my mom and dad taking me to the store to get Mario 3. People are saying no, it's not a hot opportunity. But as I said, I'm not really that hot for NES. So oh, we got one dude who's very hot for old Nintendo. He calls it old Nintendo. Misogynist is hot for physical. You're in the right place tonight because we are looking at like premium pieces here and we're having a conversation. You know, does physical mean something? And what is the price of our childhoods? When I was in high school around 16 years ago, prices were much cheaper. I got Mario 3 complete for like 40 bucks. Oh, nice. I wonder how much John Handblank paid for his physical. He didn't pay for them. He had the fans donate to his museum. Don't you remember? Mario isn't rare. Okay, fair enough. We'll move on. Like I said, that was kind of a misstep here. This is kind of cool. I like this. I don't know what this is, but that artwork is effing nice. Double Dragon, The Shadow Falls. It's got some writing on it. But I mean, we're talking complete. Little bit of scuff mark there. We got this JV dude whose mom probably wrote it on so he wouldn't lose it at school or some crap. We're talking $89.99 here. So like, again, we're talking like release price. So that's the thing. That's kind of the trend that I'm noticing is if you go back and you look at the catalogs or the magazines, like really, like the prices have almost just kind of held their value, like more or less, you know, from what I'm seeing. I mean, that Star Fox was a whole different story, but let's continue on. Oh yeah, no, I do know what you're saying, HT, but I just wanted to get, because what I remember was the boxes, and I'm just curious of what that market is looking like. Toys, I don't know what that is. Oh, this is effing sick. Oh, baby, Earthwork, look at that artwork. Look at the detail. Look at the character, the heart, the soul of this artwork. Unbelievable. We're talking complete. Like, we fans, hold on to your chest because we're talking complete here. I like this little box thing they got going on here. I don't remember those from the original eras. We're talking instruction manual. Dude, so effing cool. Beautiful. But look how much we're talking, $200. $200 for this. Premium. I like the cartridge too. The cartridge is really nice looking. Damn, that's hot. Damn, you could bounce a quarter off that. Yeah, I love this game. This is a great game. I think this is one. I mean, look at that. Look at the. A little bit of wear and tear, but just gives it more character, baby. Just gives it more character. Very cool. Love that. That's a hot piece. I think if you're a really high risk Super Nintendo collector, like if I was a high risk Super Nintendo collector, this is one I'd be picking up. Oh yeah, baby, I'd be taking this home. Like picking up a big booty goth girl at the sports bar on a Saturday night. Look at that. All right, let's keep moving on. Even some, you know what, babe? Like, you're getting a box sports title for $21.99. I'm not a big sports guy, not a big hockey guy, but I mean, I can appreciate a boxed copy of a game, and that's a reasonable price. So if you want to kind of ease in a little bit, baby, to getting a boxed Super Nintendo experience, this might be not a bad place to start. Now, just stick with me. I don't know where this is going, but I'm having so much fun. I hope you guys are too. We'll keep going. We just hit an hour and 30 minutes. I didn't expect to go that long because I'd like to do this again, at some point. So I don't want to cover like everything, but we'll keep going because this is effing cool. Oh, now this is hot. Fans, I'm shaking, dude. I got like goosebumps. Like, I'm shaking. Donkey Kong Country, baby. Complete, baby. No imperfections. Not cartridge only. Complete. Oh, yeah. Look at that artwork. Look at that design. Look at the heart and soul. Look at the characters. Look at... Unbelievable. Unbelievable. An incredible 3D adventure in the Kingdom of Kong. Unbelievable. Let's really dive in and see what's on offer here. So, I mean, of course, look at that box. Look at that box. Hardly a chip. A little bit of bending there at the end. If you're kind of looking at the bottom left there, a little bit of a cardboard bend. Look at that. Unbelievable. Manual. And again, we're seeing this, I don't know what you call this thing, a cartridge protector, maybe? This is real business, baby. This is big boy physical business here. As a physical game collector, oh man, $124. You know what the truth is? I think that's reasonable. I think that's a good price. If I was hot right now, had my credit card right here, and I was collecting. I don't collect Super Nintendo. I would, but baby, I would pull the trigger on that because I love Donkey Kong. It's a game that means so much to me even to this day. So you know what? I think that's a reasonable price for this beautiful piece of our history. Cartridge, completely beautiful, completely mint. I mean, there's not like a noticeable scuff of damage anywhere along the cartridge. Yeah, I love the music too. The music is great. Everything about this game is great. I mean, it's probably one of my favorite games of all time. I've beaten it on the channel to prove my passion. Dude, that's a big collection when you consider the effort to part out the stuff I collect. I feel this. Oh, I don't know if he's talking to me or not. I still have the manual for Donkey Kong Country 2, no cart or box though. God, I'm like, oh babe, and there's more Donkey Kong pieces on offer. Let's take a look at this next premium. Oh, baby, look at that. Now this is admittedly a game I don't have a lot of experience with. I've only really played the first few levels of it. I've never really dug deep into this one. $112 for a complete premium piece. Donkey Kong history right there. Nintendo history. And look what it says. It says it right there, baby. Only for Nintendo, baby. Look at this. Look at this. Beautiful. Unbelievable. I mean, even that would be cool. To buy like the 3 Donkey Kong games in box. That would be like a hot piece for me. I want to take a look at the back here. Incredible. I mean, you got a little bit of bending at the top edge there, as you see. A little bit of highlights of gameplay. Unfortunately, I don't see 2, so we're gonna go back. Honestly, this might be the hottest item, I think. Having this would mean like so much to me, like as a physical game collector. This so far out of everything we looked at, that's probably what I would pull the trigger on, baby. Just like Rack of Reggie. So nice. But we're gonna keep going. And like I said, if you guys have a game suggestion on Super Nintendo, because we're doing Super Nintendo right now anyway, let me know. And then I think we'll move on. Let me know if you want to move on to Game Boy or N64 next. So, continue on. Earthbound. Holy crap. Now, I gotta say, like, I've heard about this game. I've never played it. Clearly, I mean, we're talking one of the most premium, one of the highest valued Super Nintendo games you can get. Look at this price, baby. Look at that. Look at that. 3,300 big ones, baby. For Earthbound complete. And we're looking at it. We're scanning over it. And it's all here. We got a contribution from Zach Atkinson saying any listing for Evu on Super Nintendo. We'll look at that next, baby. Since you made that contribution, we'll type it up and we'll look it up together. But I mean, dude, that's high risk. You want to talk high risk when it comes to being a physical game collector? This, I think, is the definition. I wouldn't be surprised if this is probably like the highest price we'll see for a premium in-box piece. I mean, I can't really appreciate the game because I've never played it, but I can appreciate, you know, the premium high-risk piece of history here. $3,000, man. Oh my god, even a freaking just cartridge, baby, is $1,000. Now I'm curious, like, what is the reason? Does anybody know? Like, was it a limited print run? Is it just that hot of a title? If you guys have any insights on why this price is the way it is, baby, I mean, let me know, because I'm totally out of the loop. We're talking $1,000. Forget about the 116. $1,000, baby, for this, and it's really in good condition. But I mean, geez, man, that's insane. And I do believe this is a Nintendo licensed game, so I mean, it can't be like that limited of a run if it wasn't, because I'm pretty sure it is like a Nintendo game. Could be wrong about that, but yeah, only for Nintendo. Oh, it sold terribly. Okay. The cover's really cool. I could kind of see maybe back in that era, like, that artwork might not really stand out to a lot of people. Especially if if I would have seen this back as a kid, it probably would have got me hot. It looks like, I like the graphic style. We got a follower, the Lipstick Larry. Thank you for the follow. We need it right now, babe. We are building this brand, building this community. So thank you so much. So we're going to get to Zach Atkinson had a request there. So we will follow through on his request. He wants to look up Evo on Super Nintendo. So I will do that right now. Evo. Oh, damn. There's only one listing. So, Zach, you must be hot for premium pieces of home-based software entertainment, because we got one, count 'em, one single listing for Evo Oh, it's called EVO, Evu, The Search for Eden. Let's take a look, baby. Let's dig in. So, I mean, we're talking $525. For this, I can't really tell much about it from the cartridge. There's a dinosaur. There's something going on, but I don't know much about it, so I'm not that hot for it. But, dude, look at the price. I mean, that's crazy. Beautiful, beautiful, cartridge. Beautiful cartridge, but, little, I think that's just the glare on the camera. It looked like there's a little bit of a scratch mark here where I'm running the line through. But, I think that might just be the reflection of the camera. But that's a beautiful cartridge. But that kind of money, crazy. So we're gonna go back to where we were, and we'll move on soon. Like I said, I'm wondering if we should go Game Boy or N64, because I actually went Super Nintendo, Game Boy, N64. So I kind of want to follow it with my history. Keep looking. What else? I do remember owning this as a kid for whatever reason. I had this game. $24.99 box sports title. Box looking a little warped, but I think, like I said, if you're hot. Oh, if people want to see the CDI. I don't know much about that, but we could do that. We'll get through this page, and we'll do the CDI. Is that before Super Nintendo? No, I think that's after Super Nintendo, because I think the CD would probably be after. Oh, there's one more thing I do want to look up, but we'll do. Oh, geez, dude, another premium piece here. Now, I'm not too familiar with this game. I'm not too familiar with this series. Oh, we got another contribution from a friend of the channel, Craig Shepard, with $2. When I was a kid, Chrono Trigger was $50 at Funko Land. We don't have Funko Land. I've heard of it from YouTubers and stuff, but that's one we'll have to look up too, Chrono Trigger, because I think that does pre-demand. Oh, this is Australian, so whatever. But I mean, so I don't know too much about like PAL and like stuff like that, but I just seen that price and the beautiful artwork. Very cool artwork on this game. There's just so much, call it nostalgia, call it, you know, rose tinted glasses, but like, man, these covers of Super Nintendo games, like they were incredible, man. They really were beautiful pieces of art on the store shelves. Not big into Mega Man. What did he want me to look up? Now I can't remember. Oh, CDI. Okay. Was that Nintendo? I'll just put CDI. One second, I'm gonna check the music here because I'm getting like emotional with this like sad music here. I just want to put on some like D&B style, which I really like, but I just don't want to get screwed on the freaking copyright crap. Okay, here we go. That's better. Okay, so what was it? CDI. Oh, Philips. Now, I don't know too much. There's one thing. Oh, that's not even it. Is it? Is this it? This is Gold Star. I don't know what this is. CD interactive player. Is that it? No, I don't think that is it. I don't think there's even I don't think that's it. That's not it, is it, baby? If that's it? This is it? So there's one. There's nothing else. Maybe that's because I put Philips. So we'll try CDI. But $449. I don't have a lot of history with it, so I can't really say much about the CDI. Really, fans? I'm sorry. I always appreciate learning your guys' history of what got you hot. But damn, almost $500. I'm gonna try just putting. Oh, whoops, hold on. CDI. And see if anything else pops up. No, just a lot of parts. Yeah, that's a tough one, baby. There's not a lot for CDI. I'll put video game. Okay, here we go. So here's some CDI stuff. Which again, I don't know much about. But let's dive in and get an idea. So they had a Mario game, Hotel Mario. Cool. Never heard of it. Philips. Okay, so these must be the pieces of home-based software entertainment for the CDI system. So we're learning the history. $190 for complete. I don't know if this is the premium title for this system or not, but it's Mario, so you would think it is. Just looking. Weird. Interesting. Harrison Ford. I guess it had movies on it. That's cool. That's like even before like DVD, baby. Look at this. You know what? Like now that I'm thinking of that, I think this would have been kind of a cool format for DVDs. Like if they did them in these CD covers like this, because that looks effing cool to me. Like I like the DVD format of the packaging, but I gotta admit this is getting me kind of hot. Like I think that's cool. Maybe it's just because it's Harrison Ford on the front, but I think it would have been cool if they went with that format. So anyway, we're also going to look up, now there's Top Gun. I'm not too familiar with any of these. It looks very 90s, I'll say that. A lot of games, like this looks like right from the 90s, like this game, whatever, a golf game, $14.99. So anyway, let's go back, because there's two other things on Super Nintendo I want to check out. Number one is this Chrono Trigger game. I actually RPGs in general, because I heard RPGs, and I want to check out superhero games on the Super Nintendo. So we'll do that now, and then we'll move on from Super Nintendo, unless there's anything else up. We're just about to hit 2 hours. I was only going to go about 2 or 3 hours, so we'll see if the fans are hot for this new program that we're doing here. Let me know. I'm having fun. This is cool. Okay, so let's see. Chrono. What's it called? Chrono Trigger. We'll just put Super Nintendo. Let's see what comes up. So, holy jeez. So here it is. I'm not sure how I feel about the look of this cartridge. There's only one picture, so I would say, you know, if you're paying this premium price, one picture isn't acceptable in my book, because God only knows what could be written on the back. Could be nothing, but again, I wouldn't take that risk. So this listing is a fail, right there for that price. Now, we're getting into another premium product here, so hold your breath if you guys are hot for Chrono Trigger. Now, we did have one fan who mentioned he got it for $50. So here is really a look at the premium experience of Chrono Trigger physical. Right here, we're looking at it. Look at this. Beautiful artwork. Very, very Japanese manga inspired. Again, we're getting that little... I don't remember this little plastic, I don't know if that's cardboard. I think it's cardboard. I don't really remember those back in the day. There's the game. Some of the promotional material, whatever. Beautiful art. So we're gonna kind of look at these. Got the back of the game. Pretty fair looking. So we are talking $1,699 for a complete. Let me know. Is that a fair price? Fans, for a premium complete experience. Is this a good price? Is this a good price, or is this too much? Is this price gouging the classic high risk retro collectors, or is this a reasonable price? We got fans saying they're going for their wife's credit card right now. Really? So this is a reasonable price for this product, for this retro piece of gaming history right here. I love the art. Someone says yes, it is. I mean, it's a beautiful piece, and this is Canadian as well. But yeah, I mean, damn. Oh, look, it's even got like this little registration card in it. So it is like complete. The only thing missing is the plastic wrap, I would assume. So let's move on. There's one thing I want to look at as well. For personal, I don't know how to type it in exactly. So I don't know if this will work. No, this ain't gonna work. I'll just put like Marvel, maybe. I'm kind of looking for like the superhero games. I was kind of thinking I could kind of group them all together, but I don't think that's gonna work too well. So I'll just put Cider-Man. We're not looking for Cider-Man. We're looking for Spider-Man. Okay. Look at this. Damn, baby, like that's not cool. Dude. Oh, 1 second. The fans cannot see. 1 second. Is my screen frozen? I think my screen is frozen. Hold on. Oh. Okay, I screwed up. Hold on, I screwed up. I gotta fix that. 1 second. Cider-Man. Okay, all right, we're back. Okay, now hold on. Okay, we're good. I noticed that it froze, so I missed some stuff. But so I was just gonna point this out because like this is disgusting. Like, how are you going to let one of your Super Nintendo cartridges get in this state, label completely ripped off, and writing on, like, that's criminal. Like that's abuse. Like that is disgusting. Like what happened to this thing? I mean, that's the real story. Like what happened? So that is Spider-Man and the X-Men Arcade's Revenge, and he still wants $15.99. Seriously, baby? Like seriously? Like that thumbs down on that. That is not cool. That is not cool. Might as well go in the trash. Okay, we'll keep going. Now, oh yes. Oh yeah. Now this is what I am talking about. Now, look at that. Look at that piece of, just put some salt and pepper on the top, baby, and serve it up. Because that is hot. Incredible. Unbelievable. Now, it's a little tough because it's not complete in the sense of some of the other stuff we were looking at. And that's kind of bullcrap too. It's not even the red cartridge. So be gone with that. As tempting as I was, just for like box, absolutely beautiful, would not go for that regular gray cartridge. No thank you, baby. We want the red one. Now let's see. I almost blew my top. Like I would have bought it without even knowing. Not a lot of boxed Marvel games, I guess. Let's take a look. Yeah. Wow. So not a lot of boxed Marvel games. So that would be a tougher one to get. But like this would be a game, like this would be like a physical pickup. Oh geez, it's got like tape on it. Like what happened to it? Why does it have tape on it? It's got tape on it, dude. Okay, now that's bullcrap. So I guess really maybe that is a tougher game to find. Complete. This is awesome too. I know this game sucks, but this box is so epic. I mean, how many of us were tricked into getting this game because of how effing awesome it looked on the back? Like, only $50. But I mean, the box looks worn to hell, but game is still sealed. Yeah, man, that red card, like, dude, even without a Super Nintendo, like, I would actually love to just own this just to put with my comic collections, dude. Just to put my comic collection. So yeah, that's crazy. No boxed Spider-Man games. Because I wanted to showcase. Yes, I am going to stream Donkey Kong for sure, brother. You know it. We'll look up Batman, and then we'll move on. Not seeing too much. I guess, again, a lot of kids probably owned a lot of these super... Because I wanted to showcase that, like the boxed art of some of these... Oh, that's actually not a bad deal. Well, I mean, the book is ripped, but I mean, like, dude, like these, like me being a superhero guy, I'm not the biggest superhero fan, but I grew up liking superheroes and stuff. But like, dude, these boxes, like, blew my mind. Like, they just looked like the craziest things I've ever seen. And I wanted to show that on some of, you know, the Spider-Man, or there's a Spider-Man one here we'll look at, but I wanted to show Maximum Carnage, but I mean, that art, I mean, it's, like, why do you gotta write on it with a marker, baby? But that's so cool. Like, that's really awesome. That represents our era, I think, for Spider-Man, the animated series. And the back, like, this is what I'm talking about, baby. Like, this, like, look at that. You could, like, as a kid, you could look at that for, like, an hour. Like, how, like, awesome, man. They do not make the back. We're lucky to get like one picture on the back of a box now in a game, to be honest. I don't even think they do it anymore. So we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on, baby, to the next step in my gaming career, which was Game Boy. Which is gonna be tough to look up because I mean there's so many different variants, there's so many different avenues. That's going to be kind of challenging. But I mean, I think I know what a lot of people want to look up, and it's that Pokemon stuff. Beautiful piece here, the limited Pokemon edition, $136. You know what? That's actually not a bad deal for a Pokemon licensed product. Like, I'm not that hot for Pokemon that I would pay that money, but you know what? That's actually not a bad deal. Really. And it's pretty cool. Let's see. Let's just go for it and put, you know, because Game Boy is going to be hard to, like, look up. So, like, I'm going to go with more my era, which was probably like Game Boy Color, and we'll just put Game Boy Pokemon. Oh, you got a modded Game Boy? Is that like what Mel Jesus showed? Because that was pretty cool. I seen that. All right. Beautiful, incredible game. One of my favorites. I mean, it's quite in bad shape. I mean, look at that discoloring. Look at that scratch. It's like a kid with ADHD, like, rubbed his thumbnail all over it. That's almost like, you know, a defiled copy. And look at the premium price it's still demanding. $78 for that copy. Like, that copy looks horrible. But quite an incredible game. Gen 2, yeah, I love this game. Was great, man. I wish they would re-release this one, even if it was just on the Switch or whatever. Now here we go. Now we're talking. The one that for me started out. So at one point in my life, I went downstairs under the Christmas tree, and this was right there, baby, in my hand. I actually got the opportunity to hold this piece in my hands, and absolutely love this game. It was probably my first like RPG experience, like, no lie. And here it is, complete. We're talking $300, baby. $300. And you know what? Actually, compared to some of the other stuff we were looking at, like $2,000 for like Super Nintendo games, that's not too bad. But I mean, I don't trust this guy's fingers, baby. Like, you know, he's just kind of holding it awkwardly. You know, he could be bending the piece. I don't trust that when you got a guy with his fingers all over it like that. That ain't for me. Yes. The Scazo, we already showed that, but I'll show it again so you can see. It was boxed, but I don't know exactly where it was. We already showed it. I'll show it again since you might have not seen it. But we looked at it. Oh no, where was it? I can't find it now. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, yes, I was wrong. It was 300, but we are looking at this box copy of Star Fox. It was 200, but I think it was the Earthbound that was. I gotta start deleting some of these. The Earthbound that was $2,000. Sorry, I got confused. I'm getting too hot tonight. Anyway, so 1 second. Here we go. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Yes. Beautiful piece. Absolutely unbelievable condition. Just looking at this box, dude, like I'm like taken right back to the peaks of my youth. Probably, oh baby. What is that? What is that? And how is that acceptable? I mean, at least they are being open and honest and showing the box. Like, look at that. What did you do to it? Sit on it? Throw it down the stairs? Like, that's like some catfishing, dude. Like, look at that. Look at the beautiful front. And then look at how they defiled the back. Like, what even happened? And they want, actually, you know what? That's not a bad price, but I mean, if you want like the game, sure. But I mean, complete, that, as far as I'm concerned, that is not complete. That is not complete. And they try to write it off as 100% authentic. My ass is authentic. Now here is probably a more truly authentic representation of our youth. Pokemon Silver, with its seemingly everything. Seemingly a nice box. I mean, ooh, even that's pretty beaten up, man. God, this was just, when I had this in my hands, baby, it was over. It was done. Like, I was hooked. I was addicted to this game. I loved it. I mean, the box is looking pretty rough, man. You want $400? I mean, that's pretty rough. I mean, if we really are high risk collectors, we're scanning it over. You know, we're looking at every crease, every line, and I don't know, like, that doesn't do it for me. What about you guys? Like, would you accept the game in that condition? Maybe I'm nitpicking, but I mean, that just don't look right to me. Like, that looks not right to me. That looks warped as hell. I don't know. I don't think I would pay that premium price. I mean, here, and then we got, you know, Pokemon Blue, and I don't know, some of the prices are a little weird, because it's like what are you talking, 23 to 27? Those are probably like repurposed, like emulated copies or some crap. I do remember owning this at one point too. This was an incredible piece. The Pikachu version. Yeah, the fans are not happy with the presentation. Lot of fake Pokemon stuff out there, people. A lot of fake Pokemon stuff out there. Whoa, $500. 400. God, that even just, it was Game Boy. Like, this wasn't even Game Boy Color yet. I think people forget, you know, that these original Pokemon games, they weren't even Game Boy Color. Like, they were Game Boy. Like, that's crazy. I mean, this game had to, like, stretch Game Boy limitate, like, the hardware or whatever, to, like, its absolute limit. Like, I don't even think they, like, it's surprising they didn't even port this to, like, Super Nintendo at the time. I saw Peddler's Mall openly selling Game Boy Retro part. What were the prices like? That's a beautiful piece. Now this is what I'm talking about. I didn't have the gold version, but damn, that's premium. That's the piece you're looking for. Look at the edges. Look at the edges. Look at the reflection. I mean, there's a little bit of a scuff mark there, but look at the presentation. Look at that beautifully bounded bottom of the box. I'm like literally getting goosebumps, like, looking at this presentation. And there, of course, you get the game. Not a great picture of the game, though. I guess it'd be a tough one to really get a good picture of, but it looks pretty good. I never had the copy of this. Never had a copy of this. Trainer's Guide's looking a little roughed up. But I mean, I think if you were a real high risk Nintendo, like, look at the presentation, look at the detail, look at the reflection of the light on the gold surface. Like, this is perfect. I think, you know, if you're really looking for a and there's a lot of pictures too. There's tons of pictures. They're being very transparent. Little rough there, looking at the top. You like, it's hard to tell sometimes. I think that is legitimate box damage. At first, I would. Yes, this was the old Nintendo we could trust. Exactly. Good point. Compared to that crap we were talking about the other day with the whole bricking of consoles crap. I think this is more what we're talking about. $499, baby. Let me know in the chat if you're hot for Pokemon, if you're hot for physical premium pieces of home-based software entertainment. Is this a good price for what's being presented here? Okay. So, we covered Super Nintendo. We're looking at a little bit of Game Boy. Now, I played Game Boy. I didn't really have much of like a history with Game Boy. I only really had a few games, but I want to move on to the big boy of my youth, N64. So we are gonna, that'll probably end off this initial episode when we get to that. But I want to take a look at boxed Game Boy games and see if there's any other big hitters, big premium pieces that are out there that we remember. Let's see. Because I would say the highest market for box Game Boy is probably Pokemon, I would say. I mean, honestly, I couldn't imagine there being much else that would really demand those types of prices. But let's see. Final Fantasy Adventure, $200. That's pretty cool. Yeah, a lot of this really isn't ringing a bell for me. This is cool. I'm sure the game is like crap, but I mean, that cover is really cool. Oh yeah, that looks awful. Yeah, a lot of Pokemon. I'm sorry, the Game Boy era doesn't... I mean, I like the Game Boy. I mostly played Pokemon on it. There was only one Game Boy game I really, really loved. I'm going to look that up before we move on. Because this is probably what I would buy physical. And I love this game. Right here, baby. This was my game. Sims Busting Out. If you love Game Boy, if you love The Sims, you have to play, you have to try this. Open world, you know, mission-based gameplay, mixed up with classic Sim gameplay. It's incredible. If you guys have never played this and you like The Sims, give this one a try, baby. Like Radical Reggie and MJR, this is a hidden gem, baby, on Game Boy Advance. Sims Busting Out. Loved it growing up. It was so cool. It's got such an atmosphere. It really captures that old school Sims feel. And just, I have so many distinct memories of playing this when I was at my grandmother's or my grandfather's or my dad's or wherever. Like I said, open world, story-based gameplay and missions mixed with a little bit of sim decorating, like you get different apartments and stuff. Great effing game. So I would definitely recommend that. So we're gonna get into the real meat and potatoes, baby. Let's dig in. And I think this is, after this, we'll probably end it. Because like I said, I didn't want to go on too long. I didn't know how this new concept would go around with the fans. It's time. It's time. We're just going to type in those three, I was going to say letters. I guess it's letter and numbers, but here we go. Let's open up the rabbit hole, baby. Oh, damn cat. Yeah. You got it, N64. So, what does the market look like in the modern era for our childhood console? Let's do a deep dive, baby. So, first, before we get into the games, because I'm hot for the games, but let's look at what the console used buying experience is in this era right now. How many of you got your original console? So I'm going to, again, I mean, I'm probably not going to have a lot of luck, because I find sometimes it's, you know, North America. I don't want to look at like Japanese, and I'll take the free shipping off, actually, because there'll probably be more options. So here we go. Let's look at the first option I don't know what this is. What is this? Cool. So you're getting the N64. You're getting that sort of, I don't know what this is, a carrying case or some kind of premium peripheral. It's got the official logo on it. I don't know if that's just a sticker or if that's actually an embossed logo. 2 controllers, and then we get some, and of course, the same trend. You get me hot when you show the console. You get me hot when you show variations of the controller. But then you look at the games, and it's just, I'm not hot anymore. I'm really not. I mean, what do we got? Football, wrestling, which, I mean, wrestling does get me hot, but I mean, hockey, football, racing, basketball, football. That's bull crap. I mean, can't you add in Mario? Like I said before, you gotta have some, like these lots that, like, I'm really noticing this is really a trend in this modern era. A lot of the lots just do not hold up to these prices. So we're looking at $279. But look at the damage of the games. The games are not looking great at all. They're half torn off the effing cartridge. That's kind of bullcrap. So we're moving on. I would not suggest to pick up that package. Now here is something a little more basic. Just the console, just the premium console, and whatever it's got the little thing there. So here it is in its full glory. Controller looked like it's got a little drift in the joystick, but this is a tricky one. Like when you're searching for N64, baby, like it's all about that controller. Like you do not want a loose ass controller stick. Like you want it to be tight. You want it to be ready for action. Oh God, there it is, right there. It's got some scratches. Oh, gross. There's like somebody's spaghetti or some crap like crusted into the controller port. Now, moving on. You know, if I was at a flea market or something, I'd be like walking away. Nope, not interested. Now I like this. Here we go. Now I'm really noticing something's like, okay, on the surface, this would be a hot pickup. I mean, we're talking $96 here. You get the console, you get a seemingly nice looking controller. And actually, I gotta admit, this is probably my favorite controller. This is a controller I had as a youth. So for whatever reason, like this one always sticks out to me the most. I like this one. But I mean, what's the deal? What's the deal with this? Like literally, what is the deal with this? I think in the least, if you want to be serious about selling, you know, like premium console, like get the friggin' piece. What's it gonna cost you? Like $5? There are legends of kids blistering their palms on that one Mario Party game. Yes, that is true. I actually remember on Nintendo Power I used to have put out a warning about that. $96 though for it's just a lot of these, you know, I'm really trying to get in deep here, really give my perspective. I'm really not feeling that I'm getting the complete satisfaction of a complete experience. There's something missing. There's something that doesn't look right. There's something that's dirty. There's bad games. There's damaged looking games. So if you're either a classic legend gamer like me, or, you know, MJ or some of these other dudes, or you're a younger dude, you know, trying to experience these classic consoles, you really got to do your research and you really got to look closely. You can't just be like, oh, I'll take this one. Here we go. You have to know. You have to look at every crevice, every inch. I guess a Japanese bundle. That's kind of cool. Okay, I'm kind of oh, he's selling it individually. That's bull crap. At least he got a view off me. I wish I had some Nintendo Power magazines too. I like GamePro more, but that would be cool. So, what the hell is this? What the hell is that? That is not an official N64 controller. 2 Star Wars games. I'd give that a thumbs up. I'd give the controller a big effing down. Console? Looks pretty good. Looks okay. But you gotta remember too, like as time goes on, it's gonna be harder to piece these things together. Like for sure. So I think a lot of these people that are selling these are just kind of throwing bits and pieces together. $119 for this. I don't know. I don't know, baby. I don't think I would pull the trigger on it. I don't think I'd pull the trigger on it. Now this is very beautiful looking. It kind of looks like it got like dropped on the floor or something, but jeez. I mean, what are you people doing to your consoles, dude? Like, look at this. Like, what's that? Did somebody like get mad and like stab the console or sharpen a knife on it? But like that's actually pretty hot. Love that color. Love that design, that ingenuity. Premium looking controller. Definitely premium looking controller. You know what? I would probably give this if it just came with a game, baby. If it just came with a game, I'd say go for this. I like this. Where's it from? Oh, it's Japanese. Damn it, babe. That sucks. Okay, now here's something. Now, I don't know what the hell that thing is in the middle. That's both. That actually kind of looks kind of cool. But this looks like a premium piece. Oh, yeah. Hot games. I'm seeing Donkey Kong. I'm seeing Diddy Kong. I'm seeing Bond. I'm seeing Tony Hawk. $400? I don't know. So, we pretty much made it clear. I would say, now this is effing cool. Going for an N64 lot in this era is, I like, this is effing cool. But this says region free, so I don't know, but that's a really beautiful piece. Like, that is an incredible looking, beautiful-esque piece of home gaming hardware. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the detail. Look at the... Incredible. So, we looked at some consoles. Now, baby, let's look into some games. Because that's what it's all about. For these retro consoles, games. We'll just see what comes up. I'm seeing a lot of weird stuff like China, and so let's try to clean this up a bit. Let's put North America. Look at some games. All right, so you're building your N64 collection. And, I mean, I would assume a lot of people want the big hitters. They want the Mario. They want the Mario Kart. They want the Smash Brothers, whatever. We'll just kind of go through and get an idea what the landscape is for collecting. Now, in fact, you're out of here. If I could just find my phone, you're banned. There's no allegations. It's all bull crap. There's your comment. It's all bull crap. All effing lies. There's your comment. And you're banned forever for interrupting my eBay search here. You just wait until I get on here. Holding up my presentation here for your crap. And I'm not tolerating the abuse anymore. Where is he? Okay, now we can get back to celebrating the peaks of our youth without this abuse. All right, so continuing on, let's see what the real fans are saying. 180, 1080 was sweet. Oh, this game here? I mean, how in the love of God do you get your games to this level of defilement? Like, seriously, good Lord. Like, did you put it in the washing machine? Like, did you run it over with a car? Like, I can't picture people just sitting there. Like, how do we get here? And you see the price, $20.99. Like, you effing joking? That nobody's gonna buy that. Like, what did they have, like, some violent child that was, like, taking out his frustration on his Nintendo? Like, what the hell is that? That's a big old thumbs down. So, I know what I'd be looking for would mostly probably be the wrestling games. No, there's no allegations. It's all bullcrap. One of my favorites right here, Mission Impossible. Now, this used to, of course, it's all screwed up on the back, but this used to be a reasonably cheap game. Like, this used to be like a $5 game. Like, anytime I'd rebuy an N64, I could find this game like that for like $5. Now it's going up a little bit. Now the original physical copy is going up a little bit. You see that reflected here, $17. And not even a perfect version. Now, this is a really hot N64 title. A lot of people remember GoldenEye. Of course I remember GoldenEye, but I also remember The World Is Not Enough. And if you have not played it and you're hot for N64, you're hot for Bond, give this one a try. Like, it's incredible. It's almost on the level of a PS2 game, baby, on N64. It's really good. And pretty good price, too. $22.99. So here would be something that's more premium. Okay, no, you're out of here. That's not even true, dude. What the hell? Calling me a pedo... all this crap. With no evidence, no truth to it at all. No, you effing out of here. Yeah, you're effing banned for that. Trying to ruin my career for nothing. All right, we're continuing on. So, that's not true. That's not true. It's abuse. It's false allegations, baby. False allegations. I already explained it like 100 times, so I'm not explaining it again. All right. Yeah, get him the F out of here. All right, I'm continuing on. All right. So here would be like a first, I guess. I mean, a lot of people told me Star Fox was pretty hot for this era. So we're seeing boxed cop. I mean, look, dude, he's got the receipt. So I guess having the receipt makes it more premium. That looks like hell. I mean, it looks like water damaged. It looks like everything's all bent up, and $60 for a complete Star Fox cartridge is not looking too good. I don't know. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. That's not good looking good. So here we get into some of the premium titles I guess people would want. So again, like what are you doing to your cartridges? Look, $42, and this is what you're presenting? Like, come on. What? Like, crazy. This is going to keep happening. Like, the more years that go by and the more hands that these games go through, like, I can't imagine anybody in their right mind like buying this and being like, yeah, that's fine. Like, that's crazy. People don't want that crap. They want premium. So we're getting into some really cool titles here that I guess, like, even that, like, what is going on? It's all sun damage. Like, what did you do? Like, put it under a hot lamp for 20 years? Like, that's what fascinates me the most is like, what happens to these games? $53 for this. And it's in somebody's cart. Yeah, for $42, we want mint. Exactly. Okay. I mean, it's easy. Like, this would be more acceptable. Like, this is more acceptable. Stickers looking very, very clean. Very representative of our era. Back looks good. $40. $40. Like, that's reasonable. Is that too much, baby? Is that too much? What do you guys think in this modern era? Is that too much to be asking? But it is mint. I mean, it's definitely one of the more premium requested games on the console. Looks pretty nice. $40. So, continue on for a bit longer with the cartridges, but we got to get into some boxed territory. Again, I mean, here's a copy of Mission Impossible, $14, and that's a mint. One of my favorite N64 games. Okay. Yeah, like, the prices aren't too bad. Really? What do you guys think? Do you think that Vectrex, I don't know really that. I don't know what that is. Vectrex. Is that Nintendo? Now here's an expensive one. Rare, vintage, Paper Mario. Looks a little dirty. You couldn't, like, at least scrub that off? Like, what is going on? Did you leave it in your garage? $69.99 for this premium piece. I've never played it. I've had a lot of people tell me it was a really hot title. Like, this thing just, like, looks like somebody just left it in their garage, honestly. I don't know. Like, I just can't imagine too many high-risk collectors being like, that's okay. Like, $70, yeah, sure. Like, I just feel most people would just skip over it. Vectrex is an old one off system-based online vector. I have no idea what it is. I've never heard of it, but we can check it out. Maybe not on this edition, because we're going to probably end it with N64. Now here's what I'm talking about. Oh, what the hell? What did you do to it? What the hell did you do to Sarge? Oh, baby, Sarge does not deserve that. Sarge does not deserve to be defiled like that. And you're gonna try to sell that to me for $25, baby. Like, that's sad, dude. Like, seeing our childhood ripped to pieces like that, that's wrong, baby. Like, I feel like giving this, like, if I can report this for abuse, or I'm gonna message them and be like, how dare you sell this in this, like, that's offensive to me, honestly. I know it's silly. That's offensive to me. What's the rarest N64 game you've owned? I don't know. Maybe that I've actually had in my hand, in my console. Probably, I don't know, Banjo-Kazooie maybe, or like Spider-Man, or... Oh, Harvest Moon 64 I owned. Yeah, I'm not happy about that. I'm gonna have some words with this seller here when I get off the air. Let's continue on. And again, of course, I mean, no brainer. But like, what did you do? Like, shove it up your ass? I mean, Jesus Christ. No, I'm not paying $14 for that. A lot of these games, man, like, I'm surprised. For N64, I mean, that's not even, I mean, it's old, but I mean, compared to like NES and Super, it's not really that old. And like, a lot of the cartridges, dude, are not in good shape. This looks cool. Shadow Man. That's better looking. Like, that's what I like to see. $20.99 for that. Cool look. Oh, of course, it's got a piece out the back. It's just blowing my mind, like what these games went through in their time, you know. They got put into storage and moved across the country 59 times. That could be it. This was one of my favorites. I would probably love to own a copy of this on physical, for sure. I know it's not the best one, but it's always really hit me with the nostalgia bomb on that one. Love that game. So yeah, I mean, the prices are like kind of reasonable, I guess. Like, what are you guys thinking, you know, for these N64 prices? Are we seeing something reasonable? Are we expecting too much? And then we're gonna probably end this episode off by looking. Oh, this is cool. Now that's a beautiful piece. Oh, and of course, look at the back. Like, what is that? Poop? Chocolate? Like, come on, baby. You trying to catfish me from the front? But once you undress it and look at the back, baby, I mean, damn. That's some dirty business, baby. That is some dirty business. $40. Very cool game. Very cool. So we're gonna move on. I'm very curious because I'm kind of enjoying looking at the unboxed, but we are going to be moving to boxed and really getting that experience and seeing what the premiums are in this day and age. I mean, even this game, I mean, this game used to be like, oh God, that's so frustrating to see my childhood pieces of media shoved up someone's ass. Like, that's what it looks like. You couldn't at least try to clean that up a little bit before you took the picture and went through the trouble of posting the ad? Like, good Lord. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so I guess this would be a more premium title. Mario Party 2. We're talking $70 here. 70 big ones for a reasonably clean looking. Yes. Pretty solid title. $70 for this premium piece right here. N64. Year 2000. That would be funny, Scazo, actually. I was reading that, I was laughing. Oh my God, this is expensive. This must be rare. I did have this at one point. So this, I guess, would be rare. There you go, the official board. So I guess that's true what someone was saying. That maybe they just want to show that it's authentic. But look how damaged that is. It kind of adds to the look, but $120 for this. I did have this at one point, actually. So I guess that's more of a rare one. All right, so we're going to shortly move on to what I think most people are hot for when it comes to N64. No more messing around with this cartridge crap. Yeah, like I used to have this too. I used to play it all the time. I loved it. And what did they do to it? They like defiled it. They like ripped it open and like, I mean, really? Like, do you have to do that? Like, I know there are some YouTube gamers that literally walk around conventions with a little kit and they ask to look at something and they'll actually unscrew the effing game and like look at everything. Is that a bit too far? Or do you think, you know, as people who are willing to pay these major premiums for these pieces of home-based software entertainment, that it's our right to, you know, open it up and screw it up with the, you know, fedora on and, you know, the whole thing? Like, is that appropriate in this era to do that? Great game though. Love this game. I actually can't wait to crack into this one on the Switch, because I love this game. This is one of my favorites. Probably hasn't aged very well, but yeah, that's one thing I'm really noticing, fans, is since we've been doing this for whatever reason, I don't know why, but people seem to be openly showing the board, the cartridge board. I can see hardcore collectors doing that. Yeah, they do that. I've seen it on YouTube. But not casual game buyers. Yeah, true enough. But I mean, even if we're casual, we want a premium product. But I don't know. Is there some reason why N64 sellers seem to be more open to showing the board? Is it because of this battery system that's going on here? Because I know, you know, they kind of moved on to the whole battery save system, and some games have the memory card access. Some games have it saved right on the board. So that's where you get into funny business, I guess. I don't know. Let me know. But so we're gonna move on to boxed N64 goodness. I mean, we got a good idea of what the cartridge market is. Holy crap, look at this. This must be rare. So if you guys remember, any of you original dudes, I played this Bomberman and I really liked it. I don't think this is the same one. I don't know. There's two of them. There's this one. This looks more like the one I played, I think. But $329, man? Is that a hot piece? Is it rare? Was it a low print run? Let me know your thoughts on it. Here it is. All right. Okay, so yes, I am getting hot. I'm getting ahead of myself because I'm getting really hot seeing some of these. So we're gonna get into box again. N64 seeming to have some kind of disparity with showing the cart for whatever reason. I mean, honestly, for me to see my childhood in that state, like, that's horrifying. Like, I don't want to see that. You know, I don't know. Some of these hardcore, you know, Sonic, fedora, neckbeard, you know, walking around with a magical wand type gamer guys, like, they might want to see that. I don't. Like, I don't want to see my childhood defiled like that. Call me crazy. I think that's a bit too much. I think this is too much. You know, it's uncomfortable to look at. This is not what we remember. It hits me in a it's like the defilement of our childhood here. Yeah, I don't like seeing that. I'm sure there's a reason for it, maybe that I don't understand. There's probably a market for it. I don't know. Oh, I think they are doing that to show the cart is not empty. Well, it's like, what would be the benefit? Like, if you're gonna sell the game, like, well, I guess that makes sense. Like, if you had an empty cart and just scam someone on eBay, like, I'm sure that's happened, but like, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense, HT. Like, that's something anyway. So we're gonna get into the real business here before we end our first episode of Hot for Physical. Here it is. Boxed N64. Let's look at the premiums. Let's look at the history. Let's look at the condition, the market, and the trends all here in one. This will probably take us home tonight. So let's go. All right. Now, let's just go with the first rated top. Well, I mean, not the top, but like the first, complete Mario 64, baby. So here it is. Now, like I said, I wasn't really hot for this one as a child because I was like, when I was getting a little bit older, I was like, oh, Mario, like I played that when I was a kid. I want Army Men. I want Duke Nukem. So like, not really the most nostalgic for this game, believe it or not. Beautiful artwork, I think really captures the era. So we're talking $150 for what is being advertised as complete in box. Let's take a look. So you're really seeing some crease work there around the edges. I mean, it's presentable. It's presentable. I'm seeing a lot of creases. Okay, we'll look at more photo. I like this comment. I'd take a box Mario 64 over a piece of ass any day. I think if you're in this community on this stream, we agree with you. Let's see. I don't know. I don't like. Okay, we're talking $150. We're not talking $1,000. We're not talking. Some people say, it adds charm. It adds to the era. Get a good look. Fans, what do you think? Would you say that's an acceptable condition? I mean, the artwork is still looking really... There's the issue right there. Right at the top. Seems to be some bend. But I mean, you got to open the game. So this isn't advertised as sealed, right? This is complete. So you got to kind of keep that in mind. The game has got to come out. Yeah, see, look at the edges. Look at the off-centered edges here. But again, I mean, so it's hard to tell. It's like, what end did he open the box from? We don't know. I don't trust that. Like right there, it looks like he's applying too much pressure. He's not like that. I have a big pet peeve of like actually seeing people using their hands on these premium prices. Like, call me crazy. I don't trust what you're doing. I don't know if you're squeezing. I don't know if you just downed a bag of Cheetos or whatever. Like, I don't trust that. Maybe that's just like my philosophy. You wouldn't pay that price. But yeah, so, this is like top rated stuff. Oh, look what he's called. Mother's Basement Games. Okay, now, baby, that gave me a laugh and chuckle. Right there. Mother's Basement Games is his storefront. Let's see what else he's got. I'm curious now. This is kind of cool. I've never seen this before, so I guess this is like the Nintendo, as some of you referred to it, the old Nintendo, in its box glory. I've never seen that. No, get that picture off the screen. That honestly, that irks me, baby. That pissed me off. Okay, so this Mother's Basement Games is selling a lot of premium, box physicals. So we'll go back. We gave this a good look. I'd say it's like a step above acceptable, really. Cartridge looks nice. Instruction manual. So let's move on from that. So we've seen the Mario 64. Let's look at some really premium big hitters. Some of them are bids. I don't want to do bids, so let's turn the bidding off. Here we go. Okay, so here's something I would assume would be a high premium. Okay, we're talking 90, and already right off the bat, I'm seeing trouble. Right off the bat. So the condition is listed as acceptable. That's not acceptable. Look at the top. Look at that. That's not acceptable to me. I mean, any of you high risk collectors, is that acceptable? I don't think so. I mean that's what happens over time. You know, our pieces of art, you know, deteriorate. But $100. I mean, maybe not the worst deal. But I mean, right on the front and center of the piece. I mean, that just ain't doing it for me. Honestly, I don't think I'd go for that. Not hot for that. But there's a Zelda game, you know, marketed as an acceptable complete in box. Holy crap, $500 for this game. I never even heard of this. Aiden Chronicles. The what? The first what? Mage. Oh, I've never even seen this before. So this must be a small print run. Look up Clay Fighters. Okay, yes. But like this is more what I'm talking about though. Front and center of the piece looks pretty solid. There's a pretty ugly looking scratch though. See that? Pretty ugly looking scratch front and center. And there's a market. I think like this is the most important part of the piece when you're talking physical, like complete. So like you really want to make sure like I would say this is pretty good, but that little scratch, baby, that little scratch, like I don't think a lot of high risk collectors would take that risk. Let's keep going. We will look that up though. Clay Fighter. This is a better deal. $80. Rough looking box they call it, and it's the player's choice, so it's not actually the official release. Yeah, oh yeah, well, that's rough looking, baby. Like that's what a lot of our boxes look like back in the day. Okay. Look at a few more. This is cool. Oh god. Now this is hot. Now this takes me back to the peaks of my youth. The complete in-box N64 in its full glory. Look at the adventure that we were presented. Incredible. Incredible. And it's all right there. There it is. Cool. That's nice. $300 though. And a lot of people have been viewing it. Not seeing anything majorly, like, I mean, not seeing anything majorly expensive, like, no, oh, well, what is this? Game Boy. That's $600. That must be British. I'm not seeing anything like outrageously expensive. I mean, a couple $100, yeah. But I'm not seeing like when we were in Super Nintendo where we were seeing like 2,000, 1,000. But I'm not really seeing anything blowing my mind with oh, GoldenEye complete. God, that's a beautiful cover. I guess that's another version too. That's not American. This is some other version, but that's a nice looking piece. That's a beautiful looking piece. Exciting 3D environments. That's incredible. Oh, it's New Zealand. So you gotta be careful when you're looking for these games because you don't know what region you could be buying. Was WWF Warzone any good? I liked it. I mean, for what it was. It wasn't on the level of like WrestleMania 2000 or anything. Actually, now that you speak that, well, first I'm gonna look up somebody, Clay Fighter. Let's see. We'll look up that too, because this would be a piece I would actually, this one? Is this it? Oh, the Sculptor's Cut. This is Clay Fighter 63. I have no idea what that is. 1/3. Pretty nice looking card. $44.99. I'm assuming that's probably not what you're talking about. I'm seeing there's a reproduction. I mean, that's a pretty expensive premium. $179.99. Really nice art. Appearing by Earthworm Jim. Now this what I'm talking about. That's a nice looking box. Look at that box. A little bit of damage. Like that, like if you look close enough, if you're really a high risk spender, like you look close enough, you're gonna find imperfections. Okay, Sculptors. Oh, damn! Holy crap! Oh my god, dude! $1,100 for the cartridge alone, and the cartridge is like all busted up? Seriously, baby? You gotta be kidding me, baby. Look at that! Look at the damage that's done to this thing. Back looks nice. Back's looking okay. There's the, oh, I hate seeing that. Like, don't show me that, baby. Don't show me that. But that's for that shape of a cartridge, that's the price? Holy crap, man. That's insane. And 2 people are wanting it. It's already in 2 carts. That's nuts, man. All right, so there's one last thing I want to look up for my personal. Let's see if we can get some of this action on. Because this would be a piece I'd like to get. So let's look at the market. Here it is. I remember. Opening up that Christmas present and this being front and center, baby. And I cannot, like, probably more excited than any piece of ass I've ever gotten when I ripped this bad boy open on Christmas. Like, legit. $57.99 for a complete, pretty reasonable looking. Look at that. Look at the box. Box is incredible. Oh my god, that takes me back. God, that takes me back. Look at that, man. Oh my god. Like, if you were a wrestling fan as a kid, like, I still distinctly, dude, like it was yesterday, remember, some kid in the neighborhood I would play with called me and was like, oh, do you want to come over and play N64? And I think that was literally like the first time I heard that, like N64. And I was like, yeah, sure. Came over, went in his back door or whatever, you know. I remember like so distinctively, man, going up to his room and just staring at the TV as I walked in, and this bad boy being like it was over. It was like it was like I went from a boy to a, I don't know, man that day when I seen this game, like on, like, didn't know it was a game, didn't, I think, like, I'm getting way too emotional. Like, didn't know N64. Like, didn't, had a Super Nintendo, had, like, WWF Royal Rumble or, like, WWF the arcade game. But man, like, oh my God, it just blew my mind. Like, this, like, so I'm not going to buy it now or probably at all. But if I was going to buy, like, oh, what the hell is that? There's some kind of, like, sticker on the top? What is that crap? What is that crap on the top? Oh, the back's got like a sticker. But like $60 for like, a real reasonable piece of my history? That's not bad. That's not bad, actually. Kind of hot for that. Oh, Nintendo Power had cart toppers. Oh, this is hot. Oh, baby, sealed. Effing sealed. Bill Goldberg, front and center, as he should be. Look at that, look at that. Incredible, incredible. Look at that official WCW seal. Oh yeah. Look at that. Oh, there's a little bit of damage there on the bottom, little bit of damage on the bottom there, baby, but look at that. Unbelievable. Imagine that front and center on your bookshelf, right next to all your wrestling books and DVDs. Oh God, look at the seal, look at the seal, look at the perfectly factory labeled seal. God, take me back to the era this was like on the Walmart shelves. And not a bad game. I always thought this was like a decent N64 game. PlayStation version was garbage, but I like this game. I don't know what you guys think. I thought this was a solid game. Probably honestly, I don't know. Other than the mainline Aki games, this is probably one of the better ones, I would say. Not great. Now, this is a horrible wrestling game, but look at the legends front and center on display. Look at the history. Look at the bigger than life presentation of the box. Look, a little bit of damage there on the end, little bit of damage, but again, you have to get the game out somehow. There's Brett. Nice Pete. Yeah, see, you gotta get the game out somehow, but $100? I don't know. Not buying it. Anyway, let's keep going. This is a hot piece. And again, Goldberg hitting the jackhammer front and center in your face. There it is, look. Underrated game, I think. It's not the best, but it was a lot of fun. It provided me with a lot of, childhood relief from the difficult times. And it's in its seal, dude. That's hot. $79.99. It's a miracle those boxes even survived. I agree. You never know where they've been. Like, could have been sitting under a shelf at Walmart for like 30 years or something. You never know. Like, the stories. Oh God. Oh my God. This. Now this is what I'm talking about. Complete poster. Official registration card. Oh my God, look at the back. The back of this box was like, you can't really see it that good, but God, it was so hot back in the day. I'm literally, I'm not even joking. I'm getting goosebumps looking at this piece. in its full glory. Let's get a better picture of the back, baby. Let's get a better picture of the back. Can't, I guess not, but love to have that. I'd love to have that piece. No, this isn't, that's not, well, that's not bad. $300 for 5 sealed, are they sealed? No, they're complete in box. 5 complete in box N64 titles, including 4 hot N64 wrestling games. That's incredible. God, I'm hot for this piece. There it is. Look at that. Like, look at that incredible back of the box art for that WCW Revenge. There's no mercy. There's Warzone, which I thought was okay. I liked Attitude better, but... And a golf game. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of hot for that package. Oh, God, look at that. That would look so incredible, like, with my wrestling stuff. I guess that's it. So, we'll stop there for tonight. That'll be the debut episode of Hot for Physical, baby. Reliving our childhoods, looking at some of the classic pieces of home-based entertainment software from our youth. If you liked it, leave a comment. If you didn't like it, leave a comment. Let me know. And we'll do more of this in the future, because I thought it was fun. I was definitely hot, getting worked up. So anyway, I want to thank everybody for joining me on this initial episode of this, which I thought was really incredible. And I thank you guys for being here. And next time I am on, we're going to be doing Donkey Kong. Can't effing wait. So anybody wants to say goodbye or have any questions, I'll give you a minute or two, but then I'm out of here, baby. I gotta cook supper. Oh yeah, we're gonna get into all that. I thought I would stop here, so the next time we do this, we can get into PS1, PS2, you know, some of those other consoles of our youth. Actually, there's one last thing I want to look up. Screw it. There's one last thing I want to look up, because this gets me hot. And then this will be it. You want to talk about our youth? Nothing gets me hotter than this. This is like the holy grail that I want. This is an incredible piece. And actually, somebody was selling it on the marketplace. Jamie! Oh my goodness, Jamie! With the major contribution, 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Jamie. I hope that you enjoyed this edition of Hot for Physical. And maybe just for that, we should do another 5 minutes. Should we do another 5 minutes? I appreciate that, Jamie. Thank you. But oh my God, this is an incredible piece. Look at this thing. 1994. Spider-Man, based on the animated series. Look at the detail. Look at the play features. I don't know how many of you dudes had this growing up, but I remember this being like the first like big Christmas present I got. Like, it was incredible. Look at that. Look at the box. See if we can get a picture of that box. Oh my God, this takes, like, I wouldn't have room for it. My dad said if I got it, which I didn't get it, somebody was selling it, but it wasn't in, look at that, look at this. Look at the heart, look at the soul. Look at the excitement. I'm literally being like transported back to the peak of my youth with that box art, man. That is a beautiful piece. We're talking about $300. $300 for this immaculate piece of our childhood. So cool. So just since Jamie made that major contribution, we'll do another 5 minutes. We'll look at some cool toys. Because I remember, like, this era of, like, Spider-Man toys. Like, I remember having this, too, when I was a kid. This whole Sneak Attack line was really cool. This is kind of a weird playset. It almost wasn't really like Spider-Man. It could be like anything. But, I definitely remember it being pretty cool. But what is it really? Like, what is this? Like a factory or like, you know, it doesn't really say Spider-Man to me, but it's cool. It definitely got a lot of play in my youth. But what really is it? Like, it doesn't really say what it is. It's just a flip and trap playset. It doesn't say like the Lizard's lair or Dr. Octopus's lair. Like, it's just, you know, but it's cool. And it takes me back. I distinctly remember this. And I had that figure too. Let's get into some cool superhero figures. 32 frets with $5 for 5 more minutes. You got it. Let's go for some superhero stuff from our youth. Oh God, this is hot. God, that's hot. Look at this. Look at this. Variants. That Kingpin is hot. That's cool. Love the presentation. Spider-Man the Animated Series. Look at this artwork, man. Venom 2. Anyway, I'm gonna go back because there's another place that I wanted to see if I could find that I loved as a kid. Anyway, that's why I didn't get this, because like the guy on the marketplace was selling it like this. It was complete, but it was all in pieces. So I was like, no. My dad was like, if you get it, you can store it in his toy room he's got. But I didn't pull the trigger on it. I was like, no, nah. But there's another one I'm looking for that I always really loved. 6-arm Spider-Man. Yeah, that was cool. I remember wanting that figure, but I could never find it. There's a certain one I'm looking for. I can't seem to find it here. A lot of modern stuff. We'll have to put like 1994 maybe. No, there's something I'm looking for I can't find. But if I could find it, I'd love to give my history. Yeah, for me, it was like all about wrestling toys and Spider-Man toys. Oh, that was close. Oh, they don't have it, but there was this really cool, like, Kingpin layer playset that I used to have. It was kind of like this one. Kinda. This is not it, but it was like kind of like that, but it was way effing cooler than that. Anyway, yeah. I'll just put Spider-Man 90s action figure. There we go. Now we're seeing cool. Well, they're all loose and stuff, but... This is cool! Bride of Venom? Look at that. $13? Oh, it's like $40, but that was all bent up. That's pretty effing cool. That's a hot piece. If there's any other superheroes you guys or toys, we'll save video games for the next segment that I do in the future. I do remember this era. I remember having these as a kid. Venom's piece of butt. This was an interesting line. 1997. This Spider-Man underwater line that they did. I thought was pretty cool. I don't know if you guys remember it. What's it called? I want to see if I can find more of them. Spider-Man. I mean, these were probably for kids, practically, like, honestly. But I guess from where I live, they had a bunch of them, and I owned like a handful of them. But this one always really stuck out to me. Like, because I remember having, I just thought it was so effing cool. Look at that. Like, yeah, it looks more like a kid's toy, really. It doesn't look like a, like if you've seen this on the shelf in the 90s and we're like 30 years old, you'd probably be like, oh, that's for kids. So I kind of get that, but I love that design. Like, just sticks out to me so much because I had this figure and I thought it was cool. Like, it came with like an inflatable raft and you could use it in the bathtub or in the pool. So I really like this series that they did. I want to see if I can find the other one I remember as a kid that I had. It had a really cool Spider-Man. They're expensive. They're like $100 each. Oh, this one. Yeah, I always love this one. That design for Spider-Man, I think is like really cool, actually. The black and red, like with the black mask. He had his own little floatable raft. Like, it was cool. Yeah, it was a big superhero. There was this other really cool, I can't remember what it was called. I think it was called Legends of the Dark Knight. Oh yeah, comics too. Oh, these. I remember, like, when I was a kid, I used to see these a lot. Like, the whatever line this was, and these were, like, effing cool, I think. I don't know what the original collectors think, but, like, this line, I remember, like, when I was a young kid, I'd see these all, like, these, when I think of, like, Batman action figures, this is kind of, like, distinctly what I remember, especially this one. I remember this really, like, creeping me out, and as a kid seeing this in the store and being like, that's cool. Like, that's like an adult toy, you know? Like, look at those designs. Look at the originality. Look at the true to comic representations. Very cool. I like those. I mean, I don't really, they just popped into my head again. Like this line, Legends of the Dark Knight. Some of them look a little silly. Like, that looks a little silly to me. Oh, somebody wanted me to look up X-Men. I forgot that too. Let's see if there's any cool X-Men figures. Should I do modern or 90s or 80s or? Let's see. Because I know X-Men. This is all new stuff. Look at this. That's pretty crazy looking. Huh. Look at that. You used to see stuff like that's more like something you'd see today, like crap like this. Like, nobody wants that. Pretty cool though, but I wouldn't get it. Iron Man. That's pretty cool. They have a line to the animated series. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Let me go back because I got a bunch of tabs open. Is that what it is? This one? Oh, I guess these are modern pieces. Based on the new animated series that they did as a follow-up. Pretty cool. Let's see if they do. I don't know if they do. X-Men animated series. Action. No, really. Not that I'm seeing. I guess this maybe would be like a 90s. Yeah, 92. That's when the series was hot. Gambit. That'd be a hard series to collect. X-Men, like if you were into collecting like X-Men figures, oh my god. That'd be a pretty crazy rabbit hole to get into. But I also, what I really loved as a kid too was, we'll do this, and I guess it'll be the 5 more minutes unless the fans are hot enjoying the show. But I can't go long tonight. But I want to check this out too. And like I said, we'll save the gaming stuff for the next edition. But I used to love these, like as a kid. Oh my god, like I like Star Wars. I'm not the hottest for it. I like it. Once, maybe twice a year, I'll kind of, you know, get into it a bit again, maybe like some games or. But god, like these were hot. Like the pieces like this were like incredible. Like so many play features and cool things. Like I remember having this one as a kid. It was really cool. This is like late 90s. So I remember my dad used to get a lot of these for me, like for Christmases and stuff. I think he just wanted them for himself, but they were in my hands. But like so many characters. I mean, I'm more hot for the ships. Like those are effing cool, compared to like just the figures. But maybe if like this, like these were cool. Like Ninja Turtle knockoffs, like Street Sharks or Mighty Ducks. We could look that up. God, these were hot. Like in the 90s, like that pretty decent detail for like a toy, you know, for that time. Like this was kind of like before the time of, you know, high risk toy collectibles. These are just like toys for your kids basically, but like I think this series was like really well made. Okay, what was it? Street Sharks. Let's see if that's a. Oh my goodness, like this? $1994? Like that's my era. But I don't really remember these things. Cool. Nice designs. See some of your other characters. Pretty intense looking designs actually for kids, but pretty cool. What's his name? Pool Shark Ripster. Any others? No, I never had any of these. I guess, is this like the villain or something? Like, what is that? That's like pretty intense looking. Pretty cool. Yeah, maybe it didn't. I don't remember seeing these or having any that I remember. What's the other one you mentioned? Mighty Ducks. You brought it with you to see Toy Story 1? Well, that's a nice story. Oh, this is just like the clothing. I guess I'll put action figure. Cool. No, I don't. They look kind of cool, actually. Kind of looks like Batman the Animated Series. But no, I don't specifically like remember these. But they look really cool. Oh, it's hockey, is it? Like hockey characters? I don't know. Like, dude. Oh, that's one last thing we'll look up before I go. I'm getting hot for your guys's, memories. Let's do that, because like I said, I'm not big into this franchise. I think it was like a little... Well, I was still like a little too young. But Ninja Turtles, that's one thing I never really got into. I know there's a big market for it. I know there's a lot of nostalgia. There's a lot of people in their 40s and 50s, like, still hot for Ninja Turtles. So before I get out of here for the night for our first debut episode of Hot for Physical, let's take a look at some Ninja Turtles, because I never have. Is it Ninja Turtles or is it Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Ninja Turtles action figures. Let's see it comes up. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. I can't really tell which ones are like new and which ones are old, to be honest. Maybe I have to put like original. Yeah. 1988. I get that's I was a little too young for that. So these were like the original, like 80s Ninja Turtle action figures. Let's take a look and see if it gets me hot. Like, if I'm like, maybe after the show I'll check out like some episodes or something, but let's take a look, and then that'll probably take us home for the night. So let's go on the first one. Now, I got to say, I do like the design of the packaging. Now that's weird. I guess he comes with like accessories, but it's almost done like a model format. See? I guess it looks like something you'd get in like a model, like how you have to like snap it apart. That's kind of weird. So this is the red one. Of course, if you're a kid back then, you had to get all the colors. But let's look. There's like a group of them, like a big lot, I guess. Cool. They do look cool. Actually, I love the colors. Okay, now that figure right there, I do distinctly remember having that. I never knew what it was from, but that weird mustache guy with the purple, I do remember having that as a kid. Probably from some thrift shop or something, but I do remember that, and I never knew what it was. So I guess it's a Ninja Turtles character. Very cool. Let's see if I can get a better look. Yeah, this guy. I did have this as a kid, and I never knew what it was. That's cool. Ninja Turtle figure. Looks pretty grotesque for a children's toy, but we'll look at a few more. Yeah, not really my era, but I can appreciate it for sure. I wonder if there was any 90s ones. Let's see. Cuz they must have went a bit longer. Yeah, like by this time they were putting them in like space suits and stuff. Like, I kind of figured that's cool. This probably was like yeah, 1990. So by that time they were like, oh, we already sold the regular ones. Let's put them in spacesuits, and that's what I'm kind of curious about. $60, man, come on. Some of these are really weird looking. Can you see if there's a figure with ooze? Show me what to type in. Type in what I should type in, because I'm not too sure what you mean by that. Look at this grotesque looking thing. Good God. $125 for quite an ugly looking action figure. We'll type in Fast Forward TMNT toys. I'm not familiar with them. I'm just celebrating other people's memories and taking a look. Some of these are like pretty crazy looking. Like, what is that? Like, fill with water, mutant floating guts. Yeah, there's tons of them. So I had some first editions of the original 1980s Mutant Ninja Turtles comics, and you sold them cheap. Oh, damn. Are they worth something now? I don't know much about Ninja Turtles. I really don't. I seen the first movie and I did like it. But I never watched the cartoon. Didn't. Oh, that's kind of cool. Like an evil one. Anyway, so I'll put that thing he won. Then there's one last thing I want to look up to take us home tonight. Ooze. How do you spell that? O-O-Z-E. Like this? Just the container. I wouldn't imagine that stuff would last long. Is this what you mean? $70. $80 plus for just an empty thing with the Ninja Turtles logo on it, basically. The price we pay for our youth. This looks more... I could tell this looks more modern. Yes, kids smoking cigars. That's a cool thing in that movie. And when the kid's like, you got any cigarettes or whatever, like, I remember that. Yeah, that movie's cool. There's a ooze. This is cool. I mean, for what it is, I mean, God only, it could be just a cardboard piece of nothing, but presentation. I like that, like, I can't really, I think this is more modern, I don't know. Does it say the year? Or but it has a really cool 90s presentation. Like, if you've seen that in the toy store, you'd be like, cool, like, that kind of takes me back to the peak of my youth. Wouldn't you agree? I think it is modern. I don't know. I just assuming it is. G.I. Joe? That's not really that. Let's check that out, because I don't really know much about that series either. But I know collectors are hot for it. So let's take a look. What year were they hot? Like, where's the real? Because that's one thing when you're searching this kind of stuff. I mean, they're remaking them and all this stuff, so you don't really know, like, what is the peak of the era? 1980s, I would assume. Let's see. Dick Tracy action figures. That'd be funny. I don't have much to say about this. Never. Nah, not really too much to say. I don't like those little mini designs. Shipwreck. Yeah, thank you, Skazo. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I had fun. Oh, 18 grand? Holy Jesus. When did that come out? I'm curious. That's cool. Because I do remember hearing it was a comic book first. But, okay, I kind of think these are kind of cool. Like, these, vehicles? $600. Damn. It kind of reminds me of the Star Wars. Okay, what was that someone else put? Dick Tracy. That's like old. It's like 1930s. $1985, wow. Okay, that's like really weird looking. This is someone else's youth though, so I can't make fun, but I mean, wow. Weird proportions. Like, look at this guy. Flat top. I gotta admit, kinda cool, actually. Now, there's one other I was gonna type in before I get out of here that I remember from my youth that apparently is like making a comeback now. I was watching this toy dude, and he's probably in his 40s or something. He was talking about these being hot on the shelves. But I remember this era, like, distinctly. So we'll look at that and then we'll take it home for the night. I gotta make my supper. Now this era, like, I remember distinctively seeing these cool toys, like, on the shelves. And I guess, yeah, there's a new line. They don't look as cool as I remember, but DC doing these retro lines. I guess it's like the 20th anniversary of this movie, the 25th? Madonna was in Dick Tracy back when she was a piece of blank. Oh yeah, this is a hot piece that I remember. Like, I remember having this, and it was so effing cool. I actually think that's a cool Batmobile design. I know people don't like it. Maybe it's nostalgia, but I think it's effing cool. $200. Yeah, there was a lot of really... Oh my god, what is that? That's silly. Too silly for me. This era. Like, God, take me back to the eras that the pieces like this were on the shelves. Got lots of cool Batman stuff. Anything else that you guys want me to look up before I gotta get out of here for the night? This is what I'm talking about. God, this was a hot premium piece. Look at it. Incredible detail. Incredible true to movie representation. Look at the inside. I'm really, this is taking me right back to the peaks of my youth. Look at the presentation. Cool. I like that. I remember seeing these around when I was younger. I never owned any of them, but I do remember like this line. Batman. The animated series. Never really thought of like Batman toys. I was always like Spider-Man. That's like what got me hot, but this is cool. I'm gonna have to close this off. I could be doing this all night. Well, does anybody else have a cool line that they remember they want me to experience from your youth? Dino Riders. No, I didn't. We'll try that. If that's a part of your youth, let's give it a shot. I gotta admit, this is pretty cool. That's pretty actually a hot piece. For 90s? 92? Like, that would have stood out on the shelves. Okay, we'll check that in a second. I'm liking this Batman line. This Batman line is like incredible. Look how ahead of its time. Look at the detail. Look at the structure. Look at the presentation. Incredible. So there was a fan that, what did you want me to look at? Dino Riders. I'd never heard of it, but if it's a piece of your youth, let's check it out, and I'll give my perspective as a modern dude now. Is this what you're talking about? This? I never was a big, like, dinosaur fan, really. That is kind of cool, actually. Definitely very 80s looking to me. Almost like 70s looking. Don't know if it really gets me that hot. Oh, somebody else. That's an incredible suggestion, because I remember this line, and like, dude, they're worth a lot of effing money now. You'd be surprised. Let's take a look at that. Then I'm gonna have to get out of here. I'm getting way too hot, and we'll have to do this again. And oh god, this takes me back to like the peaks of my youth. It's kind of like that Army Men Sarge's Heroes lasers. Like, look at the detail. 1998. Look at the detail. Look at the presentation. They kind of remind. There was like this series in the 2000s. I can't remember for the life of me what it was called, but it was like firemen and like policemen. Does anybody remember what that was called? It was like for younger kids, but I can't remember what it was called. Rescue Rangers or something. And like, they looked exactly like this. So it's almost like they took the design of like this and like turned them into, it was like some stupid kid show about like superhero firefighters or something. I can't remember what it's called, but they remind me of that. But yeah, these are expensive. $100 for just the base figure of like the main character. That is a good movie though. That one might be Rescue Heroes. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what it looks like. It looks like they used the same mold from that for that, because I think that came out later. But jeez, sorry, the cat's always dragging everything down with me when he's in my lap. But that's kind of what it looks like. But yeah, $100. Turbo Man, like the Schwarzenegger thing. Let's check out some of the other. Oh my god, $400. Factory seal. Look at this. Look at the scope. Look at the attention to detail. Incredible. Talk about taking us back to the peaks of our youth. Like, this is what it's all about. Like, celebrating not only my youth, but our youths. I like this character. He's a great character because he's like a cat thing guy, and he's peaceful, but he's cool, and he has a weapon. But yeah, that was a cool movie. Thanks for reminding me of that. God, these characters though. They're rather expensive, actually, for just base figures, but very cool because it reminds me of that Army Men Sarge's Heroes line. I don't think they ever did an action figure line of that, but Oh, I like this thing. That doesn't really look very premium, though. That looks more like cheap to me. Like, that looks like something you like see at the dollar store. So, not really hot for that, but first glance, the presentation was very cool. Anything else somebody wants me to look up? We'll take one more childhood line that we'll look up, and then I gotta get out of here. This is cool. Drilling battle assault with some character there. Yeah, I like that character. Pretty cool line. I never had any, but oh, $1,000? Are you serious? $900. We already looked at the Street Sharks. But if there's something else, mention something else, because I got about 10 minutes. That's crazy. $900 for this? It's not even like a main character. That's nuts. I guess he's really rare because there's multiple listings of the same thing for like $1,000. So, hey, if you're hot for small soldiers, like, be ready to take out a major line of credit if you want to really celebrate the series. Hot butt? No, I'm not searching up hot butt. That is not going to be searched up. I'll just continue looking at these Batman series until somebody makes a suggestion, or I'll get out of here. That's cool. I like the comic style artwork. Kinda kiddie-ish looking though, really. I mean, now that is a hot piece. Not as hot as the Batman Forever Batmobile, but that's cool. And then, of course, like, I remember this era. This was another line of my youth. Darkwing Duck. Now, that's a thing I haven't heard of in forever. And you're giving me one more idea I want to look up before I go. Oh, whoops. There's one more legend I want to see if has an action figure line or not. I think, I don't really know much about this show, but I think I've seen it once or twice. $30. $30. Now, like I said, they're doing so many retro relaunches and all this kind of stuff. You really, like, if you look carefully, you see Funko. So, at first glance, you might, be hot, digging into your wallet, getting your credit card for this premium Darkwing Duck retro piece, but then you look and you see Funko. So any high-risk collectors, like, you gotta be careful of that in this era. You absolutely have to be careful of that. Yes, well, I think we'll end it off with that. Retro wrestling rings. But there's one other legend I want to see if he has any action figures. Cool. They're all modern, though. I couldn't imagine RoboCop having many action figures like back in the day. I mean, now with this crap, like this NECA crap, like, which are like the biggest price gouging figure company of all time. Sure, there's RoboCop, but back in our eras, this is what you would get. I guess. It doesn't even look like them. That's pretty bad. That's 1998, or 1988, excuse me. Nothing can stop RoboCop and the Ultra Police. Probably some cartoon or something. Yeah, I guess RoboCop kind of got the short end of the stick with action figures. Doesn't even look like them, really. But yeah, we'll end it off for the night with that history. I guess I'll put WWE playset. I mean, that would probably constitute rings. So This will be our take it, and I already see something that gets me hot. This gets me hot. Like, I would, if I was at, like, you know, a flea market or something, and this was on the table for $100, I'd buy it like in a heartbeat. This thing is effing cool, I think. For wrestling, because you could really set up a lot of cool like things with this. I always wished we had these here. Where I live, we never got this kind of stuff, like ever. You would never come across this type of stuff back. This is 2001. So if I seen this somewhere, like at an old school comic shop or so, I would buy this effing piece. I think it's cool. Let me know if any of you dudes had it. Now this is taking me back. This is just making me mad at all the stuff my parents didn't buy me growing up. Some modern stuff. I never seen this. Action ring. That looks really junky and cheap to me. You know, WWF action ring, like what is that? That's not even like a show. That looks like some cheap crap to me. Never even seen it before. Oh god, this gets me hot. Honestly, this piece has always gotten me so hot. Look at this. Look at the history. Sting the Steve Borden. Steve the Sting Borden, my apologies. Bill Goldberg, front and center, showing you how hot he was back in this day. And Hulk. Oh, God, $140. Canada. I can't lie, I'm kind of hot to pull the trigger on it. Look at this Goldberg. Look at this Goldberg. This is cool. I always thought WCW had some kind of cool action figures back in the day, but we never got them here. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, posable. Bill Goldberg. Look at this. Look at the detail. Look at that. Look at the true to life representation. Look at the classic WCW logo. Bill Goldberg right there, front and center. Signature series. Look at that. Incredible. Oh yeah, and there he is on the back. Look at that. Dude, that's effing a hot piece. Brother, I wouldn't mind taking home with me. That's cool. That is effing cool. For, I would say this is probably 98. Limited edition. Like, look at the detail. Incredible. Very true to life. Collector's piece. God, I'm getting hot for wrestling figures. I could be up all night. Brother, I could be up all night. We'll spend a bit longer looking at some wrestling stuff, and then I gotta go, because I don't want to ruin it all. You know, I'd love to do this again. I'm having fun. Some signatured stuff. But yeah, I get hot for these. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Lex Luger, Sting, 2-pack. Look at that. $200. Look at that. Look at the detail. Look at the representation of our era. 99, 2000, I'm assuming. Yeah, right there. Look, there they are, doing battle in the ring with the big description of God only. There's like a paragraph or more about it, but that's cool. Oh, and there's other ones too. Hogan and Flair. Oh yeah, look at this. Hogan on the bike. Look at this. I'm getting so worked up, man. Oh my God. God, where were these pieces in my youth? $120? $120 for this hot, premium, motorized, slam and go action. Boys, we all know what that means, huh? Slam and go action. I don't know who this is. Oh, this is a custom. Okay, I gotta go back. I want to see more of that WCW stuff, because that was like this. Oh God, every time, like, God, this box art really gets me hot. I would love to own this piece and like frame this front of this box, because like, dude, that's cool. Look at this. Like, I don't know what you dudes like who live in America might have got your hands on this, but I liked this WC. Actually, oh my God, I don't know how I forgot about this. I'm sorry, fans. I'm really getting hot tonight. This blew my mind. I do remember. I don't know when it was. I would assume 1999, 2000, maybe. I got this effing bad boy for Christmas. I hope it's here, because it was like the coolest effing thing ever. I don't think it is going to be here though. It was, no, I don't think it's going to be here. Let's see. Come on, it's gotta be here. But if you're a wrestling fan and you're, oh, look, is that Lex? Oh no, it's Chris Benoit. Oh God, I know. It's gotta be here somewhere, and we're gonna find it. That's a pretty cool Goldberg. What, construction worker Goldberg? What? That's funny. Never seen that. I don't think I'm gonna find it. That's too bad. Let's see. Like, I still am like hands down. They don't have it, man. Oh, that's it. But I want to see the boxed. There it is in its glory. I'm looking for the full box of it, but I see it here. But I'm looking for the boxed glory, but I guess we'll have to do, unless you can look at sold listings, maybe? I don't know. But this thing was like incredible. There's the box there. Dude, imagine, man, like you're a kid and it's I don't remember if it was Christmas or my birthday or whatever, but like I was like, oh, a big present, right? Unwrapped the gift wrapping, and this was under, like, dude, look at this piece. Like, I still think this is one of the greatest wrestling play sets like ever effing done. I don't know if any of you dudes remember this. But like, it even had a thing where Sting could come down from the rafters. It had sound effects. You could pin them on the ground and it did 1, 2, 3. This thing was unbelievable. Look at the scale. Like, look. I'm like holding my breath, like WCW. Look at this thing. This thing, it was like way ahead of its time. I don't think a lot of people owned it, but I did. You know, I had this thing, and it was one of the best wrestling plays that's like I've ever seen in my life. Very effing cool. They want almost over $200 for it, but man, that's a hot piece. And let's one last time, like, look at the back too. Like, it was incredible. It was incredible. I'm a fan of the old wrestling toys. I'm not afraid. Yeah, don't be afraid. Like, look at me. I'm like losing my mind. Oh, that's cool. It's a Marvel product. Dude, like, this thing was like, as a kid, I don't remember how old I was, but like, it was like, holy crap. Like, this thing is like a behemoth like this. It doesn't look that big, like in the pictures, But oh man, if you put this thing up, it was like larger than life, and I loved it. Let's keep looking at a couple more, and then I gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. Oh, this is cool. Lex Luger, Executioner. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but pretty cool. I guess. I mean, I love Lex and his career and his history, but I don't really understand why you need to give him a battle axe, but it's still kind of cool. I'm getting way too worked up over this. I like way too silly level worked up, but I am hot. I can't lie. This, oh, dude, I distinctly remember that. That's just a little thing, but this was really cool. Back in the 90s, this Undertaker casket match playset. I don't know what it came with or where it was from, but I do remember having this, and it was like so cool. Like that imprinting is like burned into my mind. Very cool. I'm getting way too emotional. I gotta go soon, but we got a couple more cool wrestling things to look at. I remember having that too. That was pretty cool. The Titantron thing. I don't see many rings really, but I thought playset would constitute ring, but I guess not. So there's one last thing I want to look at, and then I guess we're gonna get out of here, and I'm gonna share my history with the fans. Now, maybe if I put WWE playset, try that first. But that's gonna show all modern crap, and we don't want modern. Actually, honestly, for modern, this is pretty effing cool. WCW War Games playset, of course, done in WWE branding. This just came out like not long. You can't really see it that well, but this is pretty cool, I think, actually. For modern, like wrestling figures and toys, comes with a ladder, a table, a chair, a Randy Orton figure, and 2 rings and a cage. Like, that's a pretty effing cool modern piece, I think. The shipping prices are really bad, I know. Yeah, they are. For sure, Jamie. Especially over here in Canada. But, I can't lie, like, yeah, like stuff like this, it looks kind of cheap, you know? Like that's like what you'd get your kids if they liked wrestling, like something like that, see? That's not for us high-risk collectors. We don't want that crap. I actually want to take a look and see some more of this WCW stuff, because it's cool. Well, first, I gotta share my last history. Elimination Chamber. Like, this thing was... I had to beg and beg and beg and beg and beg to get this. And, I don't think it's gonna show a box of it, but... Oh, this Goldberg figure's hot. That's cool. But, this was a big effing deal, man. And it sucked. Is this it? No. Oh, that's a pretty cool Shawn Michaels piece, though. But, yeah, nobody has it in the box. It was a monstrosity. I remember, like, I think my grandfather had to literally, like, glue it together because it really didn't hold together very well. But I'm trying to see if I can find it, but I don't think I can find the same one. Yeah, anyway, the Elimination Chamber playset was like pretty effing cool. But I think when I got it, I was just kind of shifting out of like toys and stuff. So I didn't really like play with it a lot. If I would have got it a few years before, I probably would have really liked it. Something like this. This is a more modern one. Compared to what I had. But it was pretty effing awesome, actually. So, we'll look at, before I go, because I was really getting hot. for some of this WCW action figures. So this will be the last thing I look at. Next time we do this, we'll move into PS1, PS2, and some of those eras. I really like these classic Goldberg figures with Rey Mysterio. That's weird. There's the Luger I want, the police line Luger that they banned because of the Miss Elizabeth allegations. Yeah, like we didn't get a lot of WCW stuff here. What is this? Like Hulk Hogan convertible? Hulkster. Anything with like the word Hulk or like Hulkster, like I'd be hot for. That's cool. I like that. What are these? Like, dude, this is cool. Look at this. Hulk? A cool like dragster? I'm burning rubber, brother. So it like talks. 2 authentic Hogan phrases. I'm sold. I'm hot for this. This is cool. Road Rebels. That is cool. There's more. There's a Sting one. Looks like the Batmobile. And there's a Goldberg. This is awesome. Oh yeah. Revving engine sounds. My tattoo's tougher than you. 3, I don't remember Goldberg ever saying that. 3 authentic Goldberg phrases. These are cool. I just love the packaging, the presentation, the photos of our childhood legends in their peak of their career. Never seen that line before. Never seen this Road Rebels WCW line. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here soon. So I appreciate everybody being here. Celebrating. Oh, yeah, look at that. Hulk. Look at that. That's effing cool. What is that? Hollywood Hogan. They had some really interesting, cool figures that like I've never seen. Hulk in his classic Hulk. It looks kind of weird, but still kind of cool. No, I never had my hands on any of these WCW figures. Some of them are silly looking, like that Goldberg construction worker. Like, that's kind of weird. Nothing really else. Anyway, thank you so much, fans, for joining me for our first initial try of this whole hot for physical concept that we're trying. You know, sharing our history, sharing our memories. You know, exploring, you know, the parts of our childhood that we've made a life of now. In our 30s, 40s, 50s, and beyond. So I want to thank everybody